because of, it is an election year. Sonal, we can't ignore that. So I think that was again announced on the on as to ensure a feel good factor. We see what is happening in the sensex and Nifty. Sonal, we are at all time highs. So I think this feel good factor of and good noise will ensure that it does give a set of a good momentum to build on the elections coming up. And
Nasir, just hold that thought. I'm intervening because we're just getting live pictures from the Finance Ministry. This is Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and as in the protocol is, she comes and addresses and takes question and answers with journalists right after that. So we are just moments away to kickstart that. We'll of course be dipping into it as well. But by now, let me bring in Hitesh at this point. By now, the market has digested the budget. The Finance Minister has also got a lot of details. What do you think is running on her mind right now? She sits down to take some questions.
Well, I think there is a sense of calm, there is a sense of confidence, and there is a sense of continuity. So she's aware about all the three C's: calm, continuity, and confidence. And that was reflected in the morning. And I'm sure when she will address the press, you will see the same thing today again.
All right, I think it has started now. I also have Sabah Naqvi joining me. Sabah, I'll request you to sort of hold on. We'll just listen into the Finance Minister and get right back to you.
I just want to give the overall perspective, so I'll take a bit longer than I desire. See, this is an interim budget presented just before the election, obviously. The four large things that I want to draw your attention to is GDP. You get the numbers, you see it and so on. But I want to bring in this dimension, that governance, development and performance. On all these three heads, I'd like to say what actually we have achieved, because that forms the backdrop. So on governance, this budget speaks from a position where we have delivered on development, we better manage the economy with correct intentions, correct policies, and correct decisions. So it's a governance with care, conviction, and confidence. If that stood for the GDP's G, the D stands for people living better, earning better, and having high aspirations for the future. And if I move to the P, the performance, 3 consecutive years of 7% growth. Fastest growing economy in G20, all parts of the country participating in the growth. Price stability and inflation management. Handling the health and economic fallout of COVID. Build out of physical, digital and social infrastructure. DPI as a factor of production almost for formalization and financial inclusion and growth of the economy. Cleaning up the banking system, GST, one nation, one market and one tax, the IBC. So if you were to look at performance, I've listed some of them. So your GDP, as we look at governance, development and performance, I have something to say on each of these. So this budget, vote on account, is getting presented with the GDP that we want to speak to you about. And in that, the fiscal management actually is something which I would like you to spend some time, even as you go through the budget. But I'll flag it here. Bringing down the fiscal deficit in spite of very challenging times, as per the announced consolidation path, and with transparency and prudence. So in fact, I was just remarking to my officers this morning, most of you all had already calculated the figures. RE revenue, RE expenditure, this is what it is. Because every month you get the reports coming out. So you don't need to wait till the budget statement. Every month you get the accounts, and so budget process has become absolutely transparent and questionable. If there are any, you're there to question, we are here to answer. But we set in the process of keeping everything brought on budget and nothing kept aside from it or underneath it. So with that, the budget deficit, fiscal deficit, 5.8%, which is much lower than the 5.9 which was at the BE. Similarly, for the 24-25 budget, we've given 5.1 as the fiscal deficit, so clearly indicating that we are on track to meet the glide path which was set in 2021-22, and that we are well on track to meet the 4.5% fiscal deficit, on or below 4.5 even by FY26. If this is the background with which I'm talking and the presentation of the budget happened, I want to very clearly put some things under the heading, if you want to call it that, Disha Nirdeshak Baatein. You must have heard the Honorable Prime Minister speak before the Parliament session, well before the sessions commenced. His usual customary remarks. He said the budget will be presented tomorrow and you will have some Disha Nirdeshak Baatein in it. So, what are those Disha Nirdeshak Baatein? There are about 5 of them I highlight. Social justice as effective and necessary governance model. So it's not just a slogan for us, social justice, we'll have to work for Nyay. No. We've shown you that it is a governance model and a successful one at that. So social justice as an effective and governance, necessarily a governance model. Then 4 major caste groups, as we call it, as Prime Minister has emphasized: the poor, the women, the youth, and the Annadata. So Disha Nirdeshak Baatein, you have the second point. Third, focus on infrastructure. This year again, massive increases of capex happened in the last 4 years. This year too, there is 11% increase, resulting in a very recallable number, 11,11,111 crores. So continuing the trend of the last 4 years, where capital expenditure has been the route, one for revival earlier from COVID, and now for sustained growth towards Amritkal, towards the Vikasit Bharat goal. Fourth is the using of technology as a huge opportunity. DPI as almost a new factor of production. So it is actually bringing in the value addition to the economy. It is facilitating every sector to bring in the value addition which is so required and improves on our productivity. And the last Disha Nirdeshak Baatein is high-powered committee for extensive consideration of challenges arising from population growth and demographic challenges. So if these are Disha Nirdeshak Baatein, what were the major announcements? I'll recall very quickly 12 of them. I'm not spending any time except for reading out what those 12 are. 2 crore more homes under the PM Awas Yojana. We already completed nearly the 3 crore. Housing for middle class. Rooftop solar for at least 300 units of power generation every month, which will be muft bijli for the households. There will be some assistance and some kind of a funding which will be extended. So you're generating renewable energy, providing the renewable energy generators the free they would want to use, and over and above that, the surplus that they produce can be used for selling and earning money out of it. Enhancement of target for Lakpati Didi from 2 crore women to 3 crore women. Preparing and empowering the MSMEs to grow and compete globally. Aligning regulatory environment for them. The 6th is making sure that the eastern region, and when I say eastern region, I'm not talking about northeast. Northeast will get the attention that they've been getting all the while. They will still continue to get it, and they will be on the top of our priority. But when I say the eastern region, I'm talking about Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh and Orissa, making sure that they will become the engines of growth for the new Amritkal India that we are trying to use as a bridge towards leading to Vikasit Bharat 2047. And Eastern India, I've missed out on West Bengal, please add it. Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, Chhattisgarh and West Bengal. Next generation reforms will be carried on, building consensus with states and stakeholders for reform, perform, transform. 3 major corridors which are programs for railways, for logistics efficiency, and they have been explained. The important point that I want to highlight there is to make sure for Vikasit Bharat, you just don't need to build for better passenger convenience, you need to build for better passenger convenience. You need to give them safety. You need to shorten the traveling time for them. So one of the corridor is going to give emphasis for high density routes where passengers traffic is very high. We need to bring efficiencies and better safety in those areas. But for Vikasit Bharat, passengers need to move as they wish. But equally, materials, raw materials, building goods, cement, rare earths, minerals, we need them to move efficiently as well. So the corridor will take care of that as well. So the synergy between movement of people and movement of goods is what is being highlighted in the 3 corridors that we're talking about. Ninth announcement, that is urbanization, looking at Metro and Namo Bharat. One of the railway related things which I missed out on telling you, 40,000 bogies are going to be improved in the standards with which they can be effective rolling stock and also give the convenience in the passenger experience inside the bogies as well. So 40,000 coaches are going to be brought up to the level of Vande Bharat standards. Metro and Namo Bharat I did mention, so that urban transformation through transit-oriented development can happen. The 10th announcement which I draw your attention to is 1 lakh crore corpus for research and innovation by private sector. So that's coming in at the 10th. 11th is boost to tourism, including spiritual tourism. Interest-free loans will be given to states so that they can build on iconic tourist centers. And the 12th one is supporting reforms in state. They are separate from the development of tourism centers, and therefore I want you all to have the clarity that help to centers are supporting reforms in state is slightly different from boost to tourism. There will be a white paper on economic performance of the last 10 years compared with the previous 10 years. The 12th announcement is so much a statement that I would like to make, which is what I made in the budget speech as well. Government has got the trust and the confidence and the blessings of the people based on its exemplary track record of GDP, as I said, governance, development and performance, effective delivery, and also on Jan Kalyan. So highlighted points have been realized as goals of Vikasit Bharat till now, and they are the realizable goals also continuing to be so, because what we want to underline is we govern with good intentions, true dedication and hard work in the coming years. And that's why Amrit Kal is also now called Kartavya Kal. In short, that's the budget. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The Finance Minister has just now encapsulated the key highlights of the budget. We'll now open the floor. We can begin with the front row here. Please go ahead, 53. Please hand over the microphone here.
Hello, ma'am. This is Priyashmita from Informist Media. Ma'am, I wanted to know about the projections in your tax collections. So tax collections are seen currently growing at about 14.4%. Your April to December data shows. However, the projections in your budget are lower than that. So a back of the envelope calculation shows that you're going to get about 55,000 above your revised estimate if the collections continues. So your estimates are conservative, would you say that?
I'll certainly ask Somanathan to come in on that. Estimates are always realistic with us.
So let me clarify this. If you look at page 6 of the budget, you can look at it later. I'll just explain it to you. We are projecting that gross tax revenue. Now, this gross tax revenue in this sheet is net of refunds. So, net of refunds, we are projecting that in this financial year, it will grow by 12.5% with reference to last year's actual. So, from 30.54 lakh crores last year to 34.37 lakh crores this year is what is presented in our revised estimates. However, the sharing of taxes with the states is different for different taxes. Not all taxes are shareable in the same ratios. What has happened this year, if you look at the numbers, and they are given on page 6, union excise duties have actually shrunk. They have not increased. Most other taxes have grown at, as you say, 14%, etc. Union excise duties have grown minus 5%. That reduction is almost entirely on the account of the center, because the same way that cesses are not shared, reduction in cesses is entirely borne by the center. So as a result, the state's share has increased by 16.5% in our revised estimates. Between the state share in the revised estimate and the state share last year, there's an increase of 16.5%. So taxes are growing 12.5% net of refunds. State share is growing 16.5% net, and therefore net to center is growing only 10.8% approximately. So there is no expected further padding or anything here. This is our realistic but slightly conservative estimate.
Okay, the next question, please. 65. Please go ahead.
Hi, ma'am. Yeah. I'm Kriti from Informist Media. So you mentioned that CAPEX, there has been a push towards CAPEX. However, the CAPEX jump for this year is 11%, right? Which is lowest in last 4 years. So are we moving towards a place of moderation in CAPEX? And secondly, while the budget, this is another unrelated question, while the budget clearly says that you are committed to your 4.5% target, you have also been recommended to bring down your debt to GDP ratio to 40% level, which still stands above 50%. So how are we looking towards moving towards that target? Thank you.
First of all, I'm on the second, your second bit was on the debt to GDP. What was your first one on? CAPEX. 11% growth in CAPEX. You've got used to about 30%, 23% from a low base. And today 11% on a high base appears low. Informist. 11 lakh crores going for capital expenditure. And you're seeing also that the private sector is coming in with their investments. So one has to have a clear understanding that when the government wants to spend through capital investment, it can be for one, triggering the economy so that private sector also comes in. At a time when private sector didn't come in, we still fully came in. Now we are seeing also signs of private sector also coming in. So it's only natural for two reasons, therefore, for you to look at One, on what base are you saying 11% is less? Growth it is. And second, please do look up if private sector is coming in or not. Does that answer you?
Yeah. The next question we'll take it.
Wait.
Still? Yeah.
On your 40% of, first of all, that was a figure that was set before COVID. Its relevance today is something that has to be looked at completely afresh. And in fact, in 21-22, the finance minister had set out a particular fiscal consolidation glide path, which is the post-COVID glide path. I would only point out that today India's debt to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the G20 apart from other countries. So we have to look at things in today's context, not based on a historical relic of a report which was prepared long ago before COVID happened.
Yeah.
And again, our external debt also is something which you should notice is never been high, not high even now.
Yeah. Second row, I would request you to confine to one question, please, because there are many questions coming up. Yeah. Thank you very much. Please go ahead. Yeah. दूसरा दे दीजिए. Give this another.
नमस्कार मैम, आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ मैं CNBC आवाज से. मेरा सवाल मैम ये है कि एक कंज्यूमर के नाते, एक टैक्स पेयर के नाते हमेशा लोगों की ये उम्मीद रहती है, या इस देश में कैसे कह सकते हैं कि चुनाव इतने ज्यादा आते हैं कि लोगों को लगता है कि जब चुनाव आएंगे तो उनकी जो मांगे हैं वो पूरी हो जाएंगी, टैक्स के मोर्चे पर कहें, या फिर जो पॉपुलिस्ट मेजर्स सरकार लेती है. लेकिन क्या इस मिथ को क्या ये सरकार तोड़ना चाहती है कि जब चुनावी साल होगा तो पॉपुलिस्ट बजट नहीं देंगे? जिस तरह से फिस्कल प्रूडेंस की आपने बात करी, आपने फिस्कल प्रूडेंस को लेकर काफी जोर दिया है इस बार बजट में, तो ये इस बात का कॉन्फिडेंस सरकार को ज्यादा है कि वो अगली बार पूरी तरह से आके और जनता के जो इसी तरीके से जिस तरह से फिस्कल प्रूडेंस का जो रास्ता है उसको अख्तियार करेगी और उसी हिसाब से चलती रहेगी, और चुनाव के मौके पर लोग आम आदमी एक्सपेक्ट ना करें कि कोई पॉपुलिस्ट बजट आ सकता है.
आप डिस्कशन जैसे प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं भाई. मैं पहले से बोलते आई हूं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी इस विषय में बोलते थे, कल परसों भी उनका बयान है. वोट ऑन अकाउंट क्या है, कैसे है, आपको मालूम है. सो वी लार्जली केप्ट vote on account as vote on account, but also showed how the economy will be moving forward and what's our plan for it. Who are we going to aim at when in July, when we come back to present a budget? Who are the sections who will be addressed? What are the kind of investments we'll make? However, very clearly showing that on capital expenditure, we are showing an increasing growth. More money is being put in for that, for innovation and so on. So announcements भी है, ये नहीं है कि vote on account है इसमें कुछ और नहीं है. Announcements है, दिशा निर्देशक बातें भी है. So vote on account and interim budget को कैसे, किस हद तक उपयोग कर सकते हैं, और वो भी कॉन्फिडेंस सरकार, उस हद तक हमने यूज ही किया है.
Yeah, Z Business, and after that you hand over the microphone to your right. Yeah.
मैम, आपने दो बड़ी स्कीम्स का ऐलान किया, एक अर्बन एरिया के अंदर हाउसिंग स्कीम का, दूसरा रूफटॉप सोलर के लिए. मैम, इसका बजट एलोकेशन कितना है? एक सवाल. दूसरा सवाल मैं मैम पूछना चाहूँगा डाइवेस्टमेंट के ऊपर. मैम, पिछली बार 51,000 करोड़ का टारगेट था, वो टारगेट नहीं मीट हो पाया. इस बार
All right, so that was a press conference and we were hearing the finance minister over there along with the secretaries, addressing some of the questions there. Let's go back to the panel. Let's have all of them up on screen as well and take this discussion forward. We've heard, like I said, through the day, lots of bits that came in about what had to be said on economy, what had to be said on markets, etc. Now, over the next couple of minutes, we will be focusing purely on what was the political impact of this budget. I believe Rajiv Gowda is also with us, spokesperson for the Congress party. Rajiv, it was a very short speech by the FM. By her standards, it was also one where So, a short speech, a no surprise budget, a very sort of, as journalists say, that kuch breaking news nahi tha is pure budget mein. And stuff like, in a speech like that, there are two ways to look at it. One, to say that we've said that, there weren't many surprises and opportunity lost. The other way, as we are hearing more and more from the BJP, is that they're so extremely confident of what's coming in the coming months that they didn't want to rock the boat at all. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's always a pleasure to hear a shorter budget speech, because budget speeches, especially by our current finance minister, who likes to set the record, a new record every time, it gets very tedious. The point is that this particular budget speech is devoid of, of various major announcements, and that's appropriate. It is an interim budget, a vote on account, and in that sense, for a change, the government has not, broken some traditions. So in that sense, it's perfectly fine. What shall we say? But if you actually look at the content, it continues to, the same patterns that have been there in the past. Bombastic statements. See, the budget is really a one-way kind of an exercise, budget speech, right? The finance minister makes a speech, makes all kinds of assertions and announcements. India will be a developed nation at the end of Kali Yuga or something like that, and everyone will clap and say, fantastic, in 50,000 years we'll be developed, whatever, right? There's no ability for anyone to question any of these statements. And in any case, the budget speeches are so long that even those of us who are supposedly specialists in these kinds of things, have to show up on TV within an hour or two and act as if we've read every word and understood every, double-checked every fact.
But today you had the opportunity, I'm sure. It wasn't much. If I can break down the speech, the first half was spent around, I think she spent about 10-15 minutes as if showcasing a government report card. She talked about stuff that has happened so far and then went into one of the key pillars. Like I've been highlighting, it's also been a budget where they had 4 major pillars. She's talked about Gyan as a central theme. She again highlighted that. You were convinced with the push that has happened so far?
No, not at all. Because if you look at what happens is, there are announcements and then there are implementation challenges, right? So, for example, every year they've been announcing 100 lakh crore infrastructure investments. Have you ever bothered to check how many of these projects are actually being implemented? What are the delays? What are the cost increases? All of those are the realities that we ask in parliamentary questions and get the answers to. Similarly, across the board, when announcements are made, I'm just giving you the one on infra. It's that way. There are, there's no fact checking that happens in real time, right? So essentially, that's one of the things that all of you need to be doing when you do the scrolls. She said this, and there should be something which not only come up with a counter. The only time I saw something like that happen was the day after the COVID relief announcements, right? They announced 10% of GDP, world record, etc. And the next day, a whole bunch of economists, including from various investment banks, came forth and said, sorry, it's all about 1%. Everything else is a loan or something else.
But Rajiv, let me just intervene there and say that this also perhaps says, I mean, politically in the circles, the sense one gets is that you had an opportunity like this right before the elections to make an announcement which you did not make use of. That does talk about incredible confidence that the government is going into this election with. Otherwise, why would they let go of an opportunity like this?
Yeah, that you need to ask them. The basic point is whether it is confidence or cockiness will be revealed when the election results come out. Basically, it does seem like an uncharacteristic, budget speech in that sense, because there is always a pattern of, in fact, of even delaying the announcement of the actual election calendar until the Prime Minister finishes announcing all kinds of new programs and initiatives. So that's how it normally happens. So this was a surprise, but as you said, she herself said that She will be back in July, so I wish her well. But I have no intention, or neither has my party or the India Alliance, of making her wish come true.
Right, we'll come back to India Alliance and how this is going. But another key aspect for me, and we also have Arvind Gupta, the head for Digital India Foundation, joining us now. Hi Arvind, welcome to Money Control. Another observation one has looking at this budget is the allocation that has happened in the specific zones in the country. We all now, political watchers, have looked at this budget. If you look at it zone-wise, you see that BJP typically solid in the northern belt, the western belt also, has sort of tried to make a lot of, especially the schemes that have gone out to woo the voters at the lower end of the pyramid and to woo the voters in the eastern western belt as well. I'm not pretty much sure if south got covered there, but is that your sense? What exactly were your key takeaways for you?
Sonali, thank you for having me, and I will give some comments on Professor Gowda's remarks on the budget, but I think the budget, was a very, very confident budget, which basically shows the government's intent and the clear vision that they have and confidence that they will be presenting a full budget in July 2024 and many budgets after that. So it's a clear, it's a very strong signal. It was not a budget that was filled with a lot of sops and knee-jerk reactions, and still maintained a lot of policy continuity while maintaining a lot of fiscal discipline. It's a budget that has, when you're saying serving the bottom of the pyramid, it explains the report card of what it has done and what it will continue to do for people who are marginalized, whether they are women, the farmers, the youth of this country, who is going to be the powerhouse for the Amrit Kal, and research and development. So there is a lot that is being done, and the accelerator has been, the vision has been shown, and the accelerator has been pressed on a few schemes, which basically continues that the Lakpati Didis, and they have been expanded from, the target from 2 crores to 3 crores. So it is, this is a budget which is interim budget, as we all know, is really telling you that what we have done over the last 5 years, and that policy continuity is going to be
but Arvind,
on the political economy. Let me just complete.
No, we've discussed the reason. The reason, Arvind, I'm interjecting here is that we've discussed these points before you sort of joined in as well. But I want to specifically look at, perhaps we're all talking about the hits that were made as well, but let's look at some of the misses as well. One particular one that pops up is the government cuts and allocations that have come in major schemes under Startup India as well. It's been such a flagship program for the government. We didn't see anything happen there. I also want to highlight about the manufacturing companies that have faced sort of uncertainty, as budget had no mention of any extension towards any tax rate cuts towards them as well. So both manufacturing and startup did not find any mention. Isn't that a concern?
Well, I disagree completely. Number one, the finance minister mentioned that they will keep ensuring three things: the inputs, that is research and innovation, gets a lot more attention, a lot more budget allocation. Two, the fund of funds, that is a national fund of funds, which I am also associated with, is funded and actually gets accelerated. And there is that money has already been allocated and it will continue to get allocated. And three, that the PLI schemes that the finance minister talked about will be continued, and that is how the manufacturing and the China Plus strategy of supply chain resilience is going to be growing. So I don't see that to be any alarm bells for them. But let me add the two ways of measuring. And Professor Gowda is here, with due reverence to him. I can say that the whole, mathematical and the ways of presenting budget, that was the old era of showing a large picture and really not spending, or a lot of money leaking through the pipes, is all gone. Now the money that is spent, whether that's through DBT or any other PLI schemes or anything else, is actually an outcome based. PLI itself is a proof of that. So all monies that are being spent are preventing leakages and really generating output, economic output, infrastructure build out, and jobs. So I think
what specifically in jobs?
Well, manufacturing, actually, the lot of PLI. I mean, if you see electronic manufacturing from 2014, where there were 2 units in India, is now 300 plus units in India. Each of them employ a lot of people. And if you see that in India, digital has been a backbone for this whole new ecosystem of creating jobs. The whole startup ecosystem. You have almost 100,000 registered startups, and if they employ a few people, also on an average 4 to 5 people, that's 500,000.
But that's exactly my point. We did not see allocations there. Let me bring in Hitesh also on this point. On the bits that we've seen, no further allocation. I'm not talking about any new big measures that would have come up, but the fact that Startup India did not get say, and we're now beginning to sort of hear, get some news. Of course, it takes time to sort of digest this sort of news and look into the fine print. That and manufacturing both.
See, when you look at the continuity and the fact that this is a vote on account, it's a reiteration of the certain policies. When the government speaks about the innovation fund and they have earmarked something like 1 lakh crore fund towards the innovation fund, the major beneficiaries are going to be the startups over here. So I don't see any concern. And as regards job creations, now the capital expenditure has been increased. Like last year it was 10 lakh crore, and if you are taking it 11%, it comes to some 11.1 lakh crore. Now, what happens when you create massive infrastructure? It leads to generation of employment and it attracts the investments. So, once there is a huge capital outlay, it will lead to innovation, it will create the jobs, it will create other aspects. Now, we are talking about 40,000 bogies that will be replaced. You are talking about 149 airports and more airports that will be developed in the future. The construction of roads will continue to do. So, every aspect has been covered. And the thrust has been, as the Prime Minister clearly said, on Gyan, that is Garib, Yuva, Annadata and Nari. So all 4 are going to be undoubtedly the beneficiary of this Viksit Bharat budget.
Right. All right. We also have Priyanka Chaturvedi, Rajya Sabha member for the Shiv Sena, joining us now. Priyanka, hi. Welcome to Money Control. We were just discussing some of the key hits and misses perhaps that this budget has had. But what were the key highlights for you and where did this budget stand for you?
No, I think the budget stands nowhere. I was listening to a previous spokesperson right now who said it will have a huge benefit for Nari Shakti, for Annadata. How? I want to understand how. In the past 10 years, I still remember clearly the sloganeering for Prime Minister Modi's campaign in 2014. What were the issues that he had raised? Bahut hui mehengai ki maar, ab ki baar Modi sarkar. Right now, we have a record-breaking, stint of inflation in our country. Nobody is even addressing that. Income has become almost stagnant. People are saving the lowest amount of savings in 50 years has been reported during this tenure. So what have they promised? They said farmers' income will double. Then we saw the black laws being passed by an ordinance and then they were forced to take it back. Talking about Nari Shakti, what have they done in terms of Nari Shakti in this budget? Have they announced any bigger budget for women and child welfare schemes? Have they spoken about bigger budgets for women nutrition, women health? Nothing. And that is the unfortunate part. So while she was giving Gyan on Gyan, which is as per them Garib, tell me any one policy that they initiated in their 10 years that would benefit the poor. Yuva, 2 crore jobs promised 10 years ago, still not being able to fulfill it. Annadata, I've already told you what they've done to the Annadata. And Nari Shakti, I still remember the Jantar Mantar protest that happened and the Member of Parliament, Brij Bhushan Singh, continuing to occupy his chair. So what are they talking about? This is all fluff, all political gimmick, and it was more a political speech than a budget speech. Was hoping some of these issues would be addressed. Unfortunately, nothing of that has been addressed besides getting some new acronyms as GDP, as FDI.
All right. I know a lot has been talked about the women thing already and Hitesh wants to come in, but specifically talk about the issue that Priyanka has did on inflation.
Can I tell you something? These are the comments of the hopeless and the hapless opposition. Even if they will come in 2029, they will have... I'm talking about specific. Even if I will give them good wishes, because in 2029 also they will come as an opposition member. They will have same comments. And I will tell you why. I'm not being sarcastic. I'll tell you why. when we are talking about a $5 trillion economy, when we are talking about $7 trillion economy, the country will be moving at the pace. They can have their comments. The country will be moving. The country will not stand for such kind of comments. No, I'm not leaving politics. I'm not leaving politics.
Sonal, can I just say one thing?
These are the hapless, hopeless opposition. They will continue to crib. They will continue to cry. I'll tell you, she spoke about women health. Now, cervical cancer related issues are there. When we are talking about increasing 1 crore Lakpati Didis, when you are talking about housing is concerned, we have delivered 4 crore houses. We are talking about 2 crore more houses for them. I mean, building construction additional 2 crore. The confidence, we set higher target, we achieved that, and after achieving that, we set further higher target.
But you still not answered my question on inflation.
I've answered the question.
Inflation you've not answered my question on inflation.
Inflation is in control, absolutely. The rate at which the RBI had mentioned, the inflation levels are absolutely in control. Don't worry. I mean, these are the comments of hapless and hopeless opposition.
I'll give Priyanka a chance
in 29.
I'll give Priyanka a chance
I will give chance Priyanka to come in 29 again, make same comments.
Got it. Priyanka.
Sonal, I do not even want to give him the dignity of responding to such comments. If they were just so confident, they wouldn't be using the language which I've just heard from this spokesperson. I can't see who the person is, but whatever he's speaking,
it's Hitesh Jain.
I think speaks of a very, Mr. Jain. For Mr. Jain to use the language he is speaking over comments which are genuine issues of the people of this country speaks of their unwillingness to understand what people are going through. Now let me just make it very clear, whether I come in 2029 to fight, whether I come to 2024 to fight, we will continue to speak in the voice of the people of this country. And the unfortunate reality, whether they accept it or not, so yes, you can keep talking about $5 trillion economy, you can make it $100 trillion economy, you can say whatever you want. We are a nation of 1.3 billion people. And then you say, oh, we built 1 crore homes, 4 crore homes, 1.3 billion nation. Poor have become poorer, rich have become richer. Those who took massive bank loans are now living off happily in foreign countries. And while the small businessmen continue to suffer the consequences of wrong policy making. So you can keep talking whichever language you want to. If that makes you happy, please be happy. But we will continue to speak for the people of this country, whether you like it, dislike it, because we know you will dislike the language of the Aam Janta, simply because you will have worked only for that 2% rich people of this country.
But Priyanka, let me ask you this. The fact that a lot of people are sensing at the moment is that the reason the government did not feel the need to even come out with any big blockbuster announcements at the moment talks about the confidence with which they're going into this election season. This is almost the election bugle that has been blown with this election, with this budget, the election budget as we've called it. Isn't that a cause of worry for the opposition as well at the moment? This is coming exactly at the time when every day there's a new headline on how we see alliances falling off within this India alliance of sorts. Isn't that a point of concern?
So, firstly, there is no alliance that has fallen off. I think this narrative which is being built is absolutely incorrect. There's one Paltu Ram who chose to be with them, then Paltu Ram came to us, then Paltu Ram went back to them. Who's the bigger Paltu Ram in this context? And that Paltu Ram is Shri Amit Shah. Shri Amit Shah, in every single rally in Bihar and Patna and whichever part of Bihar, he said just one thing, that the doors for Mr. Nitish Kumar are shut. What is the sense of desperation if they are so confident about getting 400 plus seats? What was the sense of desperation to lay out the red carpet for Mr. Nitish Kumar? If he was a Paltu Ram, you're a bigger Paltu Ram. So that's one. About TMC, I think TMC is very clear they're part of the India Alliance, even if seat sharing has not been concluded with the Congress party. Fine. She's in a confident space that she can beat BJP hollow in her bastion. She will beat them hollow. That's the confidence she's exuding in the India Alliance and being a part of the India Alliance membership. Now, talking about big ticket announcements. 80 crore people in this country are not Atmanirbhar. 80 crore people are living off the rations which have been declared as part of the welfare measures of the central government. Isn't that a big ticket spend already? What is the fiscal deficit that we are seeing? It's at 5.8%. It has always been above 6%. What was the target? 4.5%. What is the new target? 5.1%. So you are already spending way beyond our means. You're already having to, because of the lacunas of your policy, having to announce these kind of ideas of having to give free rations. And you're coming and telling me, oh, hatash opposition, nirash opposition, 2029 mein bhi aakar hoega. हाँ आएगा, रोएगा, जनता के लिए रोएगा क्योंकि जनता रो रही है. So that is the only difference. We will continue to speak for the people, and India Alliance is strong, and we will continue to fight on the issues of the people.
I want to shift focus to something again which hasn't found enough mention, but I'm really looking forward to listening to everybody's views on this. There was, for the first time perhaps, mention of Lakshadweep also that has happened in the budget. And everybody who's been looking at the budget for quite some time, we've never seen a mention like that. Was that a snide remark? Mr. Gowda, I'll begin with you. And what did you make of that comment by the finance minister, and then we can go around the panel?
Of an ecosystem that requires very careful handling. Just because we want to have some fight with the Maldives or something like that, doesn't mean you can expose that fragile ecosystem, like we're doing in Nicobar, to all kinds of development pressures, which could make that fragile ecosystem get destroyed. So it's all very well to make these kinds of posturing and to do this kind of posturing and statements. The tourism there has to be very carefully done and in a manner that is respectful of that ecosystem. So I'm not sure that bringing it in is going to make any dramatic change. You're not going to be. I have been to Lakshadweep on a parliamentary delegation myself. I've seen the state of affairs. It's going to take quite a while before things can change. And it's going to be done very carefully. So I would just urge caution rather than to turn this into some other kind of international crisis reaction and action reaction.
Let me bring in Apurv Javadekar on that point. Apurv, you've been quiet for a while. I want to understand your comments on what did you make of that special mention on Lakshadweep that was made?
That got talked earlier. One, in terms of inflation, after COVID, India is one of the few economies which have been able to bring down the inflation in the acceptable range, when US and UK are still struggling to get it down just now, but India has been able to get it down from last year almost. So that about that. Second, tourism. Coming to your question about tourism, I think Finance Minister made it very clear that tourism will be a focus going ahead, both in terms of spiritual tourism as well as other type of tourism. And Lakshadweep, and it might take a bit for things to develop there, but you have to start somewhere. And so I think if you ask somebody from, especially I'm right now in the US, if you ask somebody from here, I think everybody would talk about coming to India to visit, but is there enough ecosystem for them to come, and so on and so forth? Those would be some of the questions. So I think tourism is one sector which we would all like to see more development in, and a lot has been done. But here the cooperation of state and state governments is also quite important. So FM highlighted that point very nicely, that we encourage state governments to sort of be a partner in this development. And in fact, these are not just words. Central government is going to provide interest-free loans, long-term loans for this, to the state governments to carry out these developmental projects which would aid in tourism. So I think special mention of Lakshadweep might have been on the backdrop of what happened last month, but this month rather. But I think overall the thrust on tourism is quite well received.
Well received, but also just to sort of the political implication of it and the statement that was being made, how you read between the lines when Lakshadweep was mentioned, cannot be missed as well. I'm going to quickly go around and take closing comments now from everybody. I'll start with Rajiv Gowda this time. Rajiv Gowda, again, we've spoken about certain hits and misses, and economy, jobs not finding enough mention in the budget, the fact that inflation wasn't mentioned enough, Startup India, etc. All these have been discussed. But do you see implications, happening? And majorly, since we're discussing politics here, what is this a wake-up call of sorts for the opposition at the moment? Because the messaging that seems to be coming from the NDA government is very clear.
It's really a wake-up call to the Garib, the Yuva, the Annadatta, and the Nari to pay attention to the reality that they're experiencing and not to pay attention to the slogans that they've been dished out. Okay, so if you just look at youth unemployment, okay, it's about upwards of 40% right now. Okay, that is the state of affairs for youth. It's not just the skilled youth. Even our IIM MBAs are not getting placed at this point, right? So there's something going on there that really is very, very worrying. When it comes to farmers, rural distress, farmers are still committing suicide. All of those are incomes have not doubled. They should have doubled years ago. That MSP promise has never been what was actually supposed to be implemented in terms of Swaminathan formulae. None of those have happened. Women, there is distress, employment increase, participation in the labor force. So lots of real challenges in a country that's increasingly unequal. The consumer confidence survey from the RBI just came out, and there you see how the poor, this is just the urban poor, forget rural India, they're not covered in that survey. They basically are very despondent about what the future holds. So those are the realities. The rest are all slogans. And that's what we need to look at. And you need to use this opportunity to look back at the last 10 years and remember that these are the geniuses who gave us demonetization, who brought that economic engine that we had sort of started to pick up. They brought that to, it just kept the economic growth kept decreasing and decreasing until COVID hit. And that gave them an excuse to hide their own mismanagement, right? So that's really the state of affairs. And this is a country that requires a lot more genuine, sincere attention to, for example, for all the fastest growing economy, as Priyanka also pointed out just now, 80 crore people need to be given free food. If that is their idea of the greatest economy in the world, I really think that they need to take a very, very hard look at the reality that exists.
Right. Priyanka, I also have a question for you on the white paper on how, all corruption earlier one and the white paper that the finance minister has constantly talked about, she emphasized on it as well. You're smiling on that comment. I want to understand your thoughts.
I'll tell you with regards to corruption, how they have managed to corporatize the idea of corruption. On one hand, you have the Prime Minister saying, na khaunga, na khane dunga. I'll give you a very small example. It's actually not a small example. Mumbai Municipal Corporation has a budget which is more than 5 state budgets of this country. We've not had an election there for 2 years. Recently, in Maharashtra, we saw a split in our party and in the NCP. How are they officiating corruption? How are they getting people to move to their side? They are passing contingency funds which are reserved for emergencies, for health emergencies, for pandemic-like situations, for flood-like situations, are being used to fund and sponsor horse trading triggered by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Everyone who switches over their party loyalties is paid a royal sum to the corporators at 5 crores. There's no elected body right now. Everything is being handled by the Bharatiya Janata Party and the traitor gang of Maharashtra. Everything is being officially done. Budgets up to 25 crores are passed in a single day for one single MLA of the state. What does it speak of? If this is not corruption, now I'll give you the second idea of corruption. So I'm really waiting for this white paper, that where have they created those 2 crore jobs? Where have they created employment opportunities? What have they done with terms of inflation? We are living in a situation where amdani 98 hai, kharcha pura rupaya hai. So that is lowest savings which I've already told you. So corruption is officiated now, corruption is corporatized now, and they talk about bringing out a white paper. We would take that white paper across the length and breadth of this country to show them the extent of jumlas that this government is capable of giving to the people of this country.
Since you've made those allegations, I'll give Hitesh a chance to respond.
Well, I think the opposition has been reduced to making such kind of comments on the studio. They have lost the connect with the ground. They are not aware that the numbers don't lie, they inspire. When you talk about the 7% growth of GDP, in the world where the economies are struggling, India is printing at the rate of 7% growth rate. And the numbers are there to see. The trust and the confidence of the people will be demonstrated during the coming election. Good luck to Priyanka Chaturvedi. I'm sure on the day of election day, result day, we will be speaking. The only question that is left is, are we crossing 400? That's the only question. And they will be reduced in a single digit. So good luck to them. And
yeah, but this 400 figure, how does
I didn't know he's an astrologer as well. I didn't know we have astrologers instead of
in
political
2019 also I debated with you and I said that we will be crossing 300 during the time of interim budget.
I'm not here going to be debating with
we did cross the 300
someone
mark.
who's just making some prophecies. And while showing desperation by bringing in alliances last minute, 42 alliance partners, you've got the 43rd one. We also still don't know what your narrative to the country would be and how many seat sharing discussions you'll have had with your partners. So before you talk to me and what you're going to do, please thoda gireban mein jhank lijiye.
All right, let's cool down the tempers here a little bit and let's go to some of the graphics that we've got for our viewers as well at this point on how is it looking, because the 400 number has been brought up again, to see how exactly is that really panning out. So let's go and see which states are first going to polls and where are all these numbers really coming from. As we do that, I'm told we also have Nalin Kohli joining us. So let's go across to that, but keep playing. But while we wait for that, let's put those graphics up on the screen to really understand how this is going to pan out. I know Hitesh has to leave, but let's quickly see those numbers up. That gives us a full picture of which zones are we really looking at. If BJP really indeed wants to cross that 400 number, where will that number really come from? Let's look at first up the states that are going to polls, and then we will talk specifically on how the allocation has happened in these states as well. Now in this year 2024, we've got Haryana, we've got Maharashtra, we've got Sikkim, Jharkhand, Odisha, Arunachal Pradesh, even Jammu and Kashmir going to polls. Now this is interesting. Why? Because remember, in J&K this would be the first one after the whole shift that we've seen. In Andhra Pradesh also we're going to see something interesting. Arunachal Pradesh as well. So these are the states going to polls specifically. Now this, just to give you a perspective, let's look at how the BJP government had performed in these states last time around. In 2019, what exactly was the picture here? Let's put that graphic up on the screen to give you an idea of how BJP and where BJP stood there really. Overall, okay, we've got the overall picture there. Now, Hitesh, now the reason I'm asking you to stay back is to look at this number and to reflect how exactly are you talking about that 400 number. So, the 272 is the halfway majority mark. We got 303 for BJP, 47 others. Where exactly is the gain? Which areas, which zone, which states are you looking at? Because if the last few elections are anything to go by, there are regional parties that can spring a surprise.
Well, frankly speaking, such numbers do not come like, for example, in Gujarat, we crossed 152. If somebody will look at region by region and then start looking at the arithmetic, numbers don't come from arithmetic. Numbers come from the ground. Numbers come from the connect with the people. We are confident that
that translates into seats only.
Well, they have translated. People were surprised in 2014 about 282. People were surprised about 303 in 2019. And we will again surprise with the 400 number in 2024.
No, but specifically on Odisha.
Well,
how do you know,
I'm telling you, don't go by such arithmetics. Don't make the studios don't decide the number. The connect with the people on the ground decides the number.
The studio is not deciding the number. We're just putting numbers in context.
You can't just sit and start scribbling, okay, this is the number.
No, we're not doing that. We also have Nalin Kohli joining us now. Hi, sir. Good evening. Welcome to Money Control. Thanks so much for speaking with us. I just want to start by understanding a couple of key points. Now, we've had, this has been a budget where there has been a lot of focus on Gyan as the finance minister spoke about. We also got some really nice nomenclatures. There was GDP, that stands for governance, development, performance. We got FDI as well. But in all of this, perhaps what's been highlighted is the missing allocation or perhaps a reduced allocation for Startup India. Do you see that as a concern in the coming years, or would you say this is to start with a budget, which I'm sure this is going to be on your mind in the first statement as well, that this is a budget that talks about confidence for the upcoming polls?
Well, first of all, I must say thank you for having me on your program. Nice to see several colleagues and friends there. I mean, Hitesh and Priyanka and Rajiv Gowda, all of them are known well. We know each other well. So it was a nice debate that I was seeing. Arvind is there. So many of us have been colleagues and friends for a while. Let's come back to your question. I don't see Startup India or any reduced allocation as any concern for three reasons. First, there is also an announcement of 1 lakh crores as an interest-free, long-term, 50 years interest-free for funding youth onto projects. There's recognition that 430 million or 43 crore people have got or taken the benefit of Mudra. 3, we must recognize that Startup India as a program has borne results. There are approximately 112,000 or 113,000 startups, and every 1 out of every 10 unicorns in the world, and over 100 unicorns from India globally. So it has borne its results. So I think we should look at what is the good work done of the program, and a continued funding to it is a good idea. We shouldn't see it from the prism that it has been reduced, because I think if a project or a program is doing well, it's picked up momentum, you keep assisting it or funding it, but you may also shift your priorities to other programs.
Right. But sir, the fact that, again, I'm just looking at stuff that has been highlighted now, and, several panelists were talking about earlier on the lack of emphasis on jobs and employment that has, that perhaps did not find as big a mention. We heard the finance minister, she's talked about how this is a Disha Nirdeshak budget, right? It gives you a direction. It's supposed to provide you on which way the government is going. So by that logic, shouldn't employment and inflation have caught the highlight?
That's a good question, by the way. And let me address both the different aspects to it. Inflation broadly is under control. It hasn't gone anywhere close to the crazy spikes we have seen, say, a decade ago, where, on an average, it used to be 8 to 10%. It has gone up to even 12. So inflation is broadly under control. And I think the Reserve Bank, along with the government monetary policy, as also other initiatives on the supply side, demand side, have kept inflation in a range that is manageable. Let's come to the employment question. I think what we need to see is that there is a structural, as the budget talks about transformation, it talks about progress. In that sense, there's a structural change of how we are approaching India's economy under the Modi government over the last 10 years, with a vision to be Viksit or developed by 2047, when we do 100 years as a democracy, as an independent nation. In that context, we need to see other things. So we have one side, the demand for what is called government employment, which shows up. The other is self-employment, which is employment for self and also leading to employment for others. So if you have an 11 lakh crore outlay for, say, infrastructure, you are securing employment in a very large sector. Any economist and anyone who studies economy would say that there are certain areas which are high employment. One of them is the construction or infrastructure industry. Mining is another. Mining often runs into issues with environment. But nevertheless, from an employment perspective, it's a very high employability sector. So the third is on self-employment. When I was saying startup is one successful program on it. If I look at the figure that comes out of 83 million or 83 crores or 83 lakhs or 8.3 million self-help groups by women, which is called the Lakpati Didi, which means you are actually taking women and recognizing their contribution, giving them wings to fly in a rural context. We've had the Prime Minister speak of examples where a lady working in this manner proudly bought a two-wheeler scooter for her husband. Now, that is employment that doesn't get counted often, but it is employment. And I think the test of the pudding remains in, does a government finally get rewarded for its efforts, or does a government not get rewarded for its efforts and gets booted out of office? And I think the Modi government has been in office twice, 14, 19 with a higher majority. And generally, people believe that 24, we should go even higher than that. So this would be a good indicator, finally, that people are satisfied. If you had a youth focus, if you had a lack of focus on youth, women, and the farmers, this budget is saying, obviously, we'd be at the receiving end of that. And any political party worth its salt would be at the receiving end of that.
Right. But Mr. Kohli, you talked about how it should go higher. Give us a sense of which all places do you see these numbers actually coming from? We were discussing right before you joined us on India, on the southern region, eastern region looking, the western region also looking slightly weaker, right, for the BJP. It is a challenge there. Is that where you're looking at higher numbers? What exactly is on the mind?
So let me draw on three of us are active political people. I don't exclude Arvind out of politics, but Arvind wears the additional hat of someone who's worked in the IT sector. So let me draw from all four. I think everyone who's on groundwork for politics understands that chemistry is something that you cannot bring into mathematics per se. So numbers, and in two elections, whether it is 14, when no one believed there would be a single majority government under Prime Minister Modi, and this was after 30 years, or 19, that it would enhance, the numbers would enhance, but they have. So I think what you need to understand is that in any election, that X factor is the chemistry. And that X factor does not follow pure mathematics. Now, if you look at numbers of, say, the opposition party, let's say Karnataka, Rajiv is from Karnataka, the BJP's numbers have come down dramatically in the state election. But the BJP's vote share per se is not dramatically down. It's down by a fraction of a percent. But the Congress, for what it managed to bring the numbers, which is one part of arithmetic, and what their appeal was obviously before the voters, got them a very good majority in Karnataka. So now in Madhya Pradesh, an argument was taken after the elections that in overall votes, we have polled more. But arithmetic didn't work. So I think we need to look at elections with a little more broad-based view. And
I take
I'll
your
give
point.
one third argument, and permit me to use the example of, say, IT and social media, because Arvind is also there. From that perspective, I recall after demonetization, we were in a meeting where a survey had been done, a very large one, and the figures were unbelievable. Everyone said the BJP will lose Uttar Pradesh. And the figures that were telling us that we will win Uttar Pradesh enormously. Now, no logic was going around with it, but eventually we won with a majority, which was absolutely phenomenal. So let's look at the chemistry factor. That's the sum and substance of what.
The chemistry factor. But I like how you said that in every election there's an X factor. Can I go? I just want to go around all my panelists now to understand what exactly will be that X factor according to you in the upcoming elections. Rajiv Gowda has his hand raised up, so I'll go to you first, sir.
Yeah. This is just a simple matter of the number of seats that exist in each state, right? You've got 20, you've maxed out in Gujarat, you've maxed out in Rajasthan. It's that sort of a situation that we are looking at. And so where are those additional seats going to come from? You're going to see a reduction in Bengal. You're going to see a reduction in Bihar, believe it or not. You're going to see a reduction in Maharashtra. You're going to see a big reduction in Karnataka. So where are these? How are you going to get even a majority? That's the real question that even Sonal is asking you. All this talk about chemistry and feel good, we heard that in 2004 also. Oh, okay.
Okay, but what according to you is that X factor for, say, I want to understand what's the X factor for the India alliance according to you?
The ground reality of the fact that all the jumlas that were promised in 2014, it's been a decade. They've given Modi Sarkar a decade, and he's not created the jobs. He's not solved rural, distress. He's not transformed the futures of women. Youth are still really, really struggling. These are the realities that everyone is experiencing. Instead, just because Gautam Bhai and others are doing extremely well, stock market is booming, that does not mean that the real India is experiencing growth. It is in distress. And that's what we will remind the people about, and that's the basis on which we expect them to vote.
Arvind Gupta.
Yeah, of course, I've worn many hats, but let me be a very neutral commentator on this and to give you a perspective which everybody is talking about, but nobody is commenting very fiercely on this. A couple of things, state elections and national elections. Somewhere I saw you putting the state election chart for India and then trying to see what are the state elections happening in 2024.
I was just trying to understand. I was just trying to understand where is the scope. I was just trying to understand where is the scope, because Rajiv rightly said you've maxed out in the Hindi heartland. So where are the next set of numbers going to come?
What I'm trying to give you a point perspective is state elections vote very differently from national elections, and we've seen that many times in the past. So while parties have done badly or well in a state election, does not translate into national votes. Two, the jobs unrest or whatever Priyanka and Rajiv are talking about, If that is a reality, then the elections will show. But I disagree with that, because I don't think so. That's a reality, because as whether Nalin explains or Hitesh was explaining before, there's a lot of infrastructure build out. There's a lot of self-employment. There's a lot of other things going on, and mathematically, there is a lot of other schemes and benefits that the 80 crore that Priyanka talks about. They are not only recipients of the PDS benefits, but they are recipients of some of the other benefits, which could include a scholarship, a vaccination program, and which is the part of the safety net that the government has always promised.
Okay.
So now coming to the last part, which you call the X factor, I think the opposition may deny this, but as a neutral commentator, the trust and the whole image that the Prime Minister has, and the whole terminology of Virasat bhi, Vikas bhi, or Modi ki guarantee, I think for somebody who visits a lot of ground and urban and local voters across India, I can tell you that that is really the X factor right now. And that is really going to translate into votes. It's a strong feeling in the favor of the Prime Minister, and his personal image is at stake. I think even if there is regions of certain distresses, if they are, I think the image and the guarantees that the Prime Minister carries, the trust that it comes along with that, will make BJP cross a very sizable number. Where that number would be, whether it's between 320 BJP itself or 350, and with the NDA 400, is remaining to be seen. But in my opinion, that the body language of the Finance Minister and the Treasury bench today really communicated that thing that you are talking about. That I started my thing is it's a budget which really vote on account technically, which clearly says we will come out with all these policies, all these things that you're talking about in a detailed manner in July when we meet you.
So Priyanka, what Arvind is also saying is precisely this, that this question of who against the Prime Minister, Modi, and versus who, that still stands, because for BJP the question is that the Prime Minister is the X factor very clearly, and what we are trying to find out from the opposition is then who, that India alliance, is that the one, or what exactly? Again, the question is simple. If you had to answer in like 30 seconds, what's the X factor for the India alliance?
For India alliance, there's the truth, the reality check. The reality check of Modi guarantees in 2014 still not being met with in 2024, and I've already in detail explained it to you, so I will, within 30 seconds, I've given you the X factor. X factor is the truth and a reality check of what was promised and what has been achieved, and the hollowness of Modi guarantees. That's it.
All right. On that note, thank you all very much. Rajiv Gowda, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Arvind and Nalin Kohli, thank you so much for joining us here on Money Control. It's been a fascinating day of budget. It was a short speech. There were no surprises. There was no so-called breaking news, as we keep talking in the world of newsrooms. But so far, it has had an underlining thought, that is of a political message that comes with it. We'll be watching out for everything that pans out from here all the way to these elections as well, and giving you and decoding everything, that the crunching of the numbers, all those details on our website as well. So do log in. For now, it's bye from the team. Stay tuned. There's lots more coming up on Money Control.
$55 lakh employment opportunities in the near future. 5 integrated aqua parks will also be set up. Lakpati Didi. $83 lakh SHGs. 83 lakh SHGs with 9 crore women are transforming rural socio-economic landscape with empowerment and self-reliance. Honorable Speaker said, their success has assisted nearly 1 crore women to become Lakpati Didi already. They are an inspiration to others. Their achievements will be recognized through honoring them. Buoyed by the success, it has been decided to enhance the target for Lakpati Didi from 2 crores to 3 crores. Technological changes, new age technologies and data are changing the lives of people and businesses. They are also enabling new economic opportunities and facilitating provision of high-quality services at affordable prices for all, including those at the bottom of the pyramid. Opportunities for India at the global level are expanding. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses. I wish to make an announcement to improve taxpayers' services. There are a large number of petty, non-verified, non-reconciled or disputed direct tax demands, many of them dating as far back as 1962, which continue to remain on the books, causing anxiety to honest taxpayers and hindering refunds of subsequent years. Honorable Speaker, sir, I propose to withdraw such outstanding direct tax demands up to 25,000 rupees pertaining to the period up to financial year 2009-10 and up to 10,000 rupees for financial years 2010-11 to 2014-15. This is expected to benefit about 1 crore taxpayers. 1 crore taxpayers would benefit out of this. Economy then and now. In 2014, when our government assumed the reins, the responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance systems in order was enormous. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, and to build support for the much-needed reforms. The government did that successfully, following a strong belief of nation first. The crisis of those years has been overcome, and the economy has been put firmly on a high, sustainable growth path with all-round development. It is now appropriate to look at where we were then. I repeat, it is now appropriate to look at where we were then till 2014 and where we are now, only for the purpose of drawing lessons from the mismanagement of those years. The government will lay a white paper on table of the House. The exemplary track record of governance, development and performance, effective delivery and Jan Kalyan has given the government trust, confidence and blessings of the people to realize whatever it takes, the goal of Vikasit Bharat with good intentions, true dedication and hard work in the coming years and decades. With this, Honorable Speaker, I commend the interim budget to this august house. Jai Hind. Fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term, our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be again by the people with a resounding mandate. Cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care and development. Honorable Speaker, I present the interim budget for 24-25. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation in the last 10 years. The people of India are looking ahead to the future with hope and optimism. With the blessings of the people, when our government, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, assumed office in 2014, the country was facing enormous challenges. With Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas as its mantra, the government overcame those challenges in right earnest. Structural reforms were undertaken. Pro-people programs were formulated and implemented promptly. Conditions were created for more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship.
Hi there and welcome to Money Control. My name is Ashwin Mohan and you're watching a brand new edition of our ongoing live non-stop post-budget coverage. Over the course of the next 1 hour, we are going to take a deep dive into the impact of the interim budget 2024 on the investment climate in India and also Deal Street. I have a stellar panel with me today in our Mumbai studios as well as our Noida studios. Let's start off by introducing the private equity viewpoint, which is going to come in from Divya Sehgal, partner at homegrown private equity firm True North. We have the legal eagle over here, Shiva Mandal, partner at Anagram Partners.
Thank you.
And joining us also from our Noida studios, and this is the Big Four viewpoint coming in from Vivek Gupta, partner at KPMG. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking out time and joining me on the show today. Thank you. This is an interim budget. So, of course, one thing has to be clear. No big bang, earth-shattering announcements were expected. But nonetheless, there are a few indications of the strategy that the government has in mind. And there is a tone that has been set in place. So, let's kickstart with one of the key announcements that has come in. And this one is something that is perhaps likely to put a smile on the faces of many of the pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, the likes of Temasek, CPPIB, and Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, the Canadian investors, right? Let's address that question with you, Divya. What the budget has done is that it has extended the tax benefits for these funds. Now, these tax benefits for investments in the infrastructure sector specifically, they're going to expire on 31st March 2024. The budget has now extended that by an additional year to next year. What do you think is the impact of this move, and how important is it? Because at the end of the day, tax swaps are always welcomed by PE funds, right?
Yeah, of course. And again, Ashwin, thank you for calling me. I think if you first, before I respond to the specific question, I mean, at least the big theme in the budget, to my mind, is stability and simplification.
That's right.
Right? And just continuing that theme, right, for some of these funds which have been investing in the infrastructure space, given that this is a vote on account for a certain period, right, it did make sense that their tax benefit should not fall in between the cracks. So I think a short-term decision of extending it by a year has been taken, which allows the government to take a longer-term decision when the main budget is presented in July. So sounds like a very sensible next step, and again provides a degree of stability, which is the large thesis in literally no other tax changes, right? Whether it's direct or indirect tax. So at least from that perspective, it's quite consistent.
Certainty is what investors want, right? Nothing unpopular, nothing too controversial.
Yes.
And I guess on that front, this budget has scored full marks. Shubha, why don't you weigh in your preliminary comments on this aspect? The tax breather of sorts that has been given to this pocket of investors, sovereign wealth funds as well as the pension funds. And as you're well aware, they are participating in several M&A scenarios in India.
Correct. Thanks, Ashwin, for having me. And I think what Divya mentioned is key, that this seems to be a window, a short-term window being given, so that they can formulate a more long-term strategy in the more full-term budget that will be coming out post the elections. But I think the key point that all of us need to bear is that this is I would still use the word carefully, it's still a very narrow exemption. It's limited to the infrastructure space.
That's right.
So where does it really bring in amongst the more, the more populist investing companies? It's probably telecommunications, data centers, where some of these really come in. I think for the next round, the challenge will be how do you expand this? You've given this exemption to certain types of investors, the long-term pension, sovereign wealth, stable capital, with geopolitical angles, given they are a lot of them from sovereigns. I think the key issue will be, will you extend this to a broader set of investments? So I think that the jury is still out on that.
Right. Vivek, why don't you weigh in as well? I was speaking to one of your peers and he was telling me that this could also be a shot in the arm as far as the national monetization pipeline is concerned, and some experts believe that this move in terms of a tax breather could also lead to more investments or fresh bets in a few sectors like warehousing and data centers. What's your take, Vivek?
So I think Divya captured it beautifully. This is a budget that has indicated stability and simplification. I don't think as an interim budget we were expecting too much more. But what is critical to note is I read this interim budget statement as a statement from a very confident government, a government that's in command. Insofar as the specific pension fund, sovereign wealth fund exemption was concerned, actually the widespread expectation on the street was that the extension of the tax holiday will happen in the 23 budget. When it didn't happen in the 23 budget, knowing that 24 was always going to be uncertain because this was going to be a vote on account, it was always dicey in some respect as to whether it will happen or not. I think the government, by signaling an extension till 2025, has very elegantly filled the gap, allowing the main budget to take a call on what should happen on this going forward. My read is the fact that they've extended it till 2025 means that the government welcomes, respects this capital that is coming in, and therefore the government will look to do a larger scale extension when the budget finally happens in post-elections in July or August. So I view this as a very positive signal. I also view this as a in some ways a courageous signal, because in a vote on account, normally you would not expect any tax changes. So the fact that they've heard the investors means that the government has signaled that they welcome and respect capital. And in light of that, what you say about this category of investors becoming more involved with the Indian economy in terms of actions such as the National Monetization Program or investing in specified infrastructure sectors, certainly it gives them far more confidence. It was hugely uncertain whether this gap will be filled or not. We were talking about the fact that there will be 3 months or 4 months where there will be significant uncertainty. The fact that on Feb 1, even in a vote on account, the finance minister could stand up and extend it till 31st March 25 is hugely positive the way I look at it.
Vivek, very quick take on what are some of the sub-sectors in infra which you think would benefit in terms of M&A activity and further bets from these funds. Infra is a big broad umbrella, right? Can you tell us about some of the sub-sectors that could benefit from a deal point of view before I move on to Shiva and Divya?
No, sure. So look, in infra, I think last 3 years have been very active in infra deal making. A lot of these investors themselves, sovereign wealth funds, sovereign and pension funds, have been supremely active in that space. In terms of the subsectors, the sectors that have been interesting have been renewable energy. A lot of investments have happened in the renewable energy sector, roads, ports, even conventional power. I think a bunch of investments have happened in the whole infrastructure space as a whole. The thrust that this government has is very clearly to say, fix the infrastructure, make that pool of capital super strong, and that becomes then the bedrock for further development and prosperity to happen around the infrastructure space. You create roads, you virtually create new cities, you create a whole prosperous cycle, you create employment. So infrastructure by nature is long-term stable capital with a lot of follow-on impact. Which is why I think the government has propelled all these subsectors, and this category of investors has stood up and put its hands up in terms of investing in the country.
Sure, Vivek, hold on to your thoughts. Divya, would you like to add to what Vivek was saying?
Yeah, I would. The one area that I would say there could be some further doubling down is obviously the entire data center space.
Right.
The government is quite focused on it. I think our data needs are shooting through the roof. And to that extent, this actually amplifies the ability for a lot of these funds to continue investing in that space. The one other element that has been raised in the budget, which I think is a very pressing need, a space that we've looked at very carefully, is the post-harvest agri space, specifically the agri warehousing. So if you go around the country, the quality of warehouses where a lot of the agri goods are stored, both wet and dry, they could be far better and far more in terms of numbers. And those cold chains, dry chains are a pressing need as we move forward. So I think this could potentially do that. I think a lot of warehousing investment has come in the non-agri space. In the agri space, it's an area where post-harvest agri, where there is further requirement for this.
Right. So that's an area we'll keep a lookout for. Shiva, sometime back, and this is during the G20, right, in New Delhi, that's where there was a mention of the ambitious India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, right? And that corridor found mention in FM Nirmala Sitharaman's budget speech today, where she said the corridor is going to be a game changer for India, clearly meaning that they want to back this project seriously. You work with a lot of funds, right? This corridor, of course, includes UAE, Saudi Arabia. Give us a sense of the kind of involvement or participation that you have seen from the Middle East bloc when it comes to M&A activity in India, and what does this corridor mean if you were in their shoes?
Thanks. I think, Ashwin, on a lighter note, it was not just the G20 announcement. If you just go back, even President Biden made a remark that one of the root causes of the conflict in Gaza happened to be this particular G20 announcement. He does allude to that in one of his statements. So on a more, if you really see, and I think the second important fact that has happened is what has happened today. India has ratified, or the cabinet has approved the bilateral treaty with UAE. So these are all building blocks. So I think if you see what some of the investors tell us and what is the long-term plan, I think the kind of infrastructure growth that's happening in the Middle East, you've got NEOM, they've formed their own funds, it's a whole city being developed there. You've got Abu Dhabi, you've got Dubai.
Adia, Mubadala.
Yes, amongst all the investors.
Yes.
So there's a massive corridor, and it's also got to do with geopolitics that's evolving. So if you ask me, the interest from Middle East is huge. And let me even go to the extent of saying, even some of the funds that you would otherwise characterize as European or North American or larger Asian pools of capital are significantly back-ended by Middle East funds. So if you really take all that coming together, it would probably be, certainly in the world's top 5 centers where capital is focused.
So all these moves augur well as far as Gulf capital flows into India is concerned across sectors.
Yes.
So potentially, right, there is capital and oil, right, which is something that they are rich on.
Yeah.
There is talent, services, agri-products, right, which you would argue we are 1/6 of humanity. We are rich on. So it's sort of a little bit of a marriage made in heaven, and to the extent people, talent can move, and obviously UAE is a great sort of entry point for the larger Middle East for India, and it's been a very good partner for a very long period of time. So that matters. I can tell you a lot of private equity funds, have historically and in the future will lean on Middle East capital to be invested via them into India. It's a fairly rich source of mature capital that does comes with a long-term point of view.
Right, fair enough.
And just to add to what Divya was saying, even the green, if you may put the green capital source. So look what's happening in India. It's going to be the only country in the world where conventional power will become half because without growth, because the replacement power that's coming up will be in renewables, and that will make conventional power half, unlike other countries where they are going to be faced with shutdowns to grow renewable. So we are going to continue with our conventional power, but renewables will make conventional power 50%.
Right, fair enough, fair point.
And for that, you're seeing, is what Vivek mentioned, you're seeing a lot of the Middle East corridor capital coming in, because that's an easy picking in the green movement that they have to participate.
So clearly right tone set by the government. I'll come back to you, Shiva, because this is a topic on which I know you have views. Vivek, another aspect which is being welcomed by the investor community is the fact that the FM spoke about how India is negotiating bilateral investment treaties with several foreign partners, and the whole strategy seems to be that all this negotiation is being done in the spirit of FDI, which is first develop India, right? Clearly that means that they're looking at reciprocal arrangements. What do you make of the fact that this found space in the budget speech? Because at the end of the day, if you strike these bilateral treaties, and we have a few with many countries, do you think this perhaps opens the gate for a few more countries to be part of such pacts with India? What does this sort of mean as far as progress is concerned on fair and equitable treatment as far as foreign investors vis-a-vis domestic investors is concerned? Your thoughts on this statement by the FM, Vivek?
So Ashwin, a very good pick. I think the FM, by indicating this, has demonstrated one core tenet on which this government has worked. So if we sort of rewind back, last 10 years has been a period where I think this government has very clearly said, we welcome capital. We welcome capital in most areas. So now, today, most areas in India, except for really politically sensitive ones, are open for foreign investment fully. The other thing this government has said very clearly is, we will try and give you certainty. So no retrospective changes. If you earn money in India, and of course there have been tax litigations, but if you earn money in India, the government's view is pay 10% tax on your gains, which is a very reasonable tax rate, and be done with it. So the government has said, come into India, invest in India, for India, as you say, FDI, for India, and earn your profits, pay your taxes, and be happy. Bilateral investment treaties is a part of that entire system of this government to say we are capital focused. The fact that we will offer you a fair and equitable ground to invest in India, as Divya mentioned, we have 1/6 of humanity, so a large consuming class. We welcome you to invest in India and partake in its growth story. So as the world slows down, from a macro perspective, the way to look at it is, as the world slows down, but India still has power to go on for the next 20 years, come in, invest your capital fairly and equitably in this country, and make your returns fairly and equitably. I think that's been the mantra of this government over the last 10 years. And the fact that the FM mentioned this in her speech indicates that they will continue to go down that path. Which is why I said this sounds very much like a statement made by a government which is fully in command, by a dispensation which believes it's firmly and surely headed for a return for a third term.
Right, we'll have to wait and watch for that, but point taken, Vivek. Shubha, first develop India, the new FDI, so to say. What does the FM mean by this in terms of striking bilateral treaties with other countries? And also, does this also offer an opportunity perhaps to address areas and aspects like arbitration, which have been tricky? We know of a few controversial cases in the past. Your thoughts?
So I think, I'm at a slight variance from how Vivek has put it on this. I think, look, in the last 6 years, India has cancelled 77 BITs.
Wow.
Okay. So approximately it's around 70 to 77 BITs.
Big number nonetheless.
Yes. So why? Because there was a view in the government that these were not correctly negotiated. But be that as it may. At the same time, there have been a few litigations which partly were honored, partly were not honored, were challenged. So there was a lot of controversy in this space. I think the statement was made in the budget more to give out a signal that there was a lot of tonality in the market that India wants to do away with BITs. I think the message is coming out, at least was being indicated,
we're sticking to it.
That we are sticking to it, we're renegotiating it. Right? And this is becoming important because, whether we like it or not, we're not the only economy in the world. I mean, we like to think, we are the center of the world, but look, there are competitive economies and various countries go through different growth phases. Japan is a relative hotspot today, which it wasn't even 2 years ago. So amidst all this, we have to be a little mindful of, if you really want to attract FDI, if that is the discussion you really want to have, you have to be competitive in many ways. And we can't forget, as much as we would like to shed, we still carry an emerging economy tag, as much as we would like to shed it. So given all these dynamics, I think it was very important for the government to indicate to the world that they are renegotiating.
They are serious about this mechanism.
But again, there's a lot to be, when you say first develop India, again, with due respect, it's a bit partisan, the statement, it is a treaty, it requires a two-way conversation. And, global investors are not in the charity business. So let's put it straight out there. It has to be negotiated like any global equity principle has to be, in terms of most favored nation clauses, in terms of what is a look-through investment, and there are several such litigations pending today. So very sophisticated investors will tell you today they're pretty scarred on this approach.
So what do you think the big signal is from the FM to the rest of the world?
That we haven't forgotten BITs. We will come back with a new version.
Right. Divya, you want to come in over here and add to what Shiva was saying?
If you look at it between two countries, right, what are the big things? There is trade, there is capital, and there is people exchange. I think a lot of these, at least the treaties, investment treaties that are there are already there, and the bilateral ones that are being built are built around trade. And I think India appropriately leans in that the people part of it, right, say the visa delays and so on and so forth, needs to be a key component of what gets negotiated between us, because that is a critical part of what India offers. So to that extent, yes, and India has sort of walked away from the multilateral ones to bilateral ones, and on bilateral it is saying that we are in business and we are happy to work. There is a little bit of a statement that we would like to do it on our terms.
Yeah.
Of course.
We'll negotiate, but we'll negotiate in a tough manner. Right. All right. Vivek, now let's shift focus to the government's thrust behind the entire EV ecosystem, right? And that also found space in the FM's budget speech today, where she said that the government is looking to expand and strengthen the entire EV ecosystem by supporting the manufacturing and and the charging of infrastructure, EV infrastructure, because that's core, right, to the entire ecosystem. And they're also batting for greater adoption of e-buses for public transport systems. So sentimentally and directionally, they clearly are backing this space. They want this space to grow. Now, as you would be aware, and some of the other panelists here also would be aware, fundraising in the EV space has been rather tough in the last 6 to 12 months, right? There have been a few fundraisers that have been put on the back burner. They have been deferred due to certain changes on the policy front. But with this renewed focus and intent that has been displayed in the budget, do you perhaps think that this sort of augurs well for a few fresh stake sales in the EV space that perhaps may not be really active right now but may kick off soon?
Look, directionally, I think it is every government's intent to further green growth. EV is a significant component of that entire program. Till now, I think the fact that EV deals, there have been some EV deals, of course, but that EV deals have been fewer is a function of the fact that the scale in the industry for individual players has been limited to a few. Each time the government indicates more commitment towards a sector, the signal it sends to me is the government is saying more and more scaled players will come in the sector, either that or the existing players will become more scaled, and the moment they become more scaled, Divya will tell you that instantly they're more investable, instantly as they attract more capital, they will then be able to reap the follow-on benefits of even more capital, even more growth, and so on and so forth. So the prosperous cycle starts. So I don't know whether just this announcement in isolation will cause more deals to happen in 2024 in the short term.
Sure.
But in the long term, as we build scale in the sector, will there be investment and will there be global capital allocated to the sector in India? I think the answer is yes. Are there investors who are looking to invest their pools of capital into this space? The answer is yes. Are they looking for scaled investable targets? The answer to that is yes too. And I think moves like this develop that scale and develop those investable targets.
Fair enough. Right. Divya, there have been a few investors like Vivek was pointing out that have struck deals in the EV space, notably TPG with Tata Motors, BII, Mahindra and Mahindra, right? A few more are in the works. True North doesn't have exposure to this space, right? What's your view on this space? It's a niche space. It's an upcoming space.
Yes.
And your key takeaway on the FM's push behind this segment.
Yes. So I think the way we would look at this is obviously market attractiveness and the stage of the development of that market. Without doubt, the future is in the direction of EVs, sort of green growth, the vocabulary that Vivek used. In that context, it's obviously an emerging area, and it's something that people like us would like to invest. I think the key yardstick that some of us would apply, Ashwin, is that is the industry in the venture stage, or has the industry matured where it is now approaching a private equity stage? Because again, within our industry, there are shades of capital, right? There is venture, there is growth, and then there is more mature growth or a buyout.
So
right?
which stage do you think the Indian EV segment is right now?
I think globally, different countries are in different stages. But, we would call, what's the yardstick? Let me say, what's the threshold at which it goes from venture to private equity? One is the industry size, and the second is unit economics being established. So industry size is that large number of people are now adopting it, and it's become a double-digit percentage of the overall industry. Say two-wheelers, right? Is it now 15%, of the industry? And second, are the unit economics sort of working out minus the government incentives at some level? Because in the long term, one has to assume that any business model has to be able to stand without the government incentives, in a manner of speaking. So I think those are the two things. So right now, obviously, different parts of the EV industry, you could argue, are in different stages, but they are more venture-ish than private equity-ish. Now, obviously, there are pools of capital globally, right, which have been raised to invest in these segments, and that is their investment thesis. So many of them, therefore, have focused on some of this, and they've invested. While someone like us, for example, would struggle today because we would just find that the stage of that industry yet is more on the venture side than where we would like it to be. Of course, people like us are tracking it. We would like to come into it before it becomes so mature that it gets ready to get listed. Right? Ola Electric is now jumping into listing. So to some extent, they've jumped forward the entire private equity stage of life, and so but they are not the only player. There'll be a whole ecosystem that would get built out, Ashwin, and we are tracking therefore different players in that ecosystem.
Shiva, as a corporate terminal lawyer, how excited are some of your clients about this space? And let me stretch this, not only EV, the entire sustainable investment space. What are you, what kind of response are you getting from them? Is it actually as active as it is globally? Or is it just a buzzword which is yet to catch up seriously?
Look, I wouldn't say it's a buzzword. I wouldn't call it's active. I'll just put it this way. Look, I'm not qualified to get too much into the dynamics of the space, but what we see is a lot of the investments are quasi-equity. They are growth, but there are also assurances around some of these equities. So I think even investors are not taking in a full bet yet. It's a very broad statement I'm making, but that is how I think some of them look at this sector.
Right. Vivek, you're the corporate tax expert on the show. If you look at the interim budget, no surprise, no unpopular moves, nothing controversial as far as the tax rates are concerned, both on direct taxes as well as indirect taxes. So status quo over there, and many would believe that perhaps status quo means something positive because it's not been tinkered with. Your take on this strategy by the government? Are they warming up for something more in the fuller budget later this year? What do you think?
No, so two things. One, this was an interim vote on account. We did not expect any major change in the tax rates. By convention, the government would not change tax rates in an interim budget. So to that extent, not a surprise.
Okay.
The one thing that I do note though is that the finance minister noted the fact that taxpayers in a sense have become more compliant, have rewarded the government with higher revenue receipts. She therefore spoke about simplicity. She spoke about the measures that the government itself has taken. She spoke about the exemption limits going up. She spoke about the fact that the number of days taken to process an income tax return has come down, and so on and so forth. So there was this little bit of let's say positive commentary on the fact that the government has done stuff for the taxpayers, and the taxpayers have equally, if I may use the word, rewarded the government by being more compliant, and so on and so forth. I do think, I would like to believe actually, I don't know whether I do think or not, I would like to believe that this indicates that if this government were to come back, we would see stability and continuity insofar as tax rates are concerned. I think our tax to GDP ratios, I think our fiscal deficits, etc., have shown that there is no dramatic or urgent need to tinker with rates in terms of increasing them. I think the government has also said over the last 7-8 years that they will follow a stable tax policy. So I do not expect any large-scale negative surprises on this count, even in the full budget.
Right. Since we're on the topic of taxes, Vivek, very quickly, what tax move would you perhaps think is corporate India or the investor community most looking forward to? We have a budget coming, a fuller budget coming in later this year. What would you pin that on? I want you to stick your neck out in terms of the corporate tax ecosystem. What's that one big change that investors are really looking forward to and are hoping that the FM will deliver on that front?
Look, there's always a slew of tax demands that the investors have, right? Or corporates have.
Yeah.
I don't want to really view this from that prism. I think directionally the government is headed down the right track from a tax rate standpoint, from a GST standpoint. I think there's some rationalization of GST rates that will happen, and that will be welcome. That's already sort of in some ways factored in by the industry. The one thing that I think investors and corporates really want is fair and equitable treatment and certainty in the tax policy. I think there are still 2 or 3 areas within our tax code where there is discretion in terms of how it's applied, where one could argue that is it all completely fair to an investor, completely fair to a corporate. These are sections which are, let's say, sections which deem incomes in certain situations, sections which create artificial income connotations, which are meant for specified abusive use, but which then in their sweep get applied in a wider way to corporates. I think the one consistent expectation as we talk to investors, as we talk to corporates, is this government should try and weed out those sections, or at least provide mitigants in those sections, such that we align ourselves with how globally developed economies tax those kind of abuses. So I would therefore say some bit of rationalization, some bit of simplification and fairness, but I think directionally I don't see much demand from a tax rate or any fundamental perspective from either investors or corporates on the tax side.
Right. Divya, any sort of pending demand on the tax front from the PE or VC community? Something that perhaps you think the FM could address in the next budget, not this one, but something that's sort of burning, which you want to highlight here?
Yeah, no, the point that I would make, just taking a slightly long view, and I'll come to the, what's the potential, some of the changes that we could think about, right? I mean, I think there are 5 things that the government has sort of managed very well over the past 10 years. Infrastructure, physical and digital, stability. And we spoke about stability, but if you look at interest rates, right? Volatility in India versus volatility globally. We've been a haven of stability. Exchange rate, right? Even fiscal consolidation that is now happening, which is behind the tax rates, right? Each one of them denotes stability. Then we spoke about simplification as a theme, right? We've spoken about income tax simplification. We've spoken about GST. We've spoken about what happens in our income tax, officer interactions, customers, a lot of changes by SEBI, by RBI, IRDA that are customer positive. So that's a very big theme in my mind for the simplification side. The financial sector cleanup, whether it's the bankruptcy law, whether it's the balance sheet cleanup. I think today the entire financial sector is in a very, very different place. And then last but not the least, I think how we are viewed globally. India is no longer punching below its weight, right? So now if you were to extend this, it's actually a lot which is very similar, if I may say, that at least would be our request. So one of the first things that my industry would argue, today we are investing nearly entirely equity. Is there a possibility that we can also get some degree of leverage which goes along with actually debt capital market reform, ability to get some leverage. Vivek spoke about the deemed income concept more sharply. I think the whole concept of FMV, while defined in many places, still lends to a certain degree of grayness. To the extent that could be simplified. I think in the last 5 to 8 years, again, thanks to the government effort, the domestic fundraise market has really come up for alternative sources. Now, how can we find a way, because that's increased and sort of stabilized to a certain level, to take it to the next stage is a potentially third and large segment that I would argue that in our industry would love. Because if you now look at public markets, we were just discussing offline, right? 10 years ago, most of the money coming in used to be FII. And today it's the domestic mutual funds and institutions, right? Which are as or more important. Similarly, while we welcome and love foreign money which is coming in, and it's $50 billion a year now of VC and PE investment into India, but likewise being able to raise long-term capital from India also to invest, which is something which was nearly zero 10 years ago, but is now standing on its own feet. So how to get that to the next horizon?
Right. No, that's quite a long list, and I hope the finance ministry is tuning in. Shiva, let's speak about some aspects on which the interim budget was silent on. Maybe perhaps we can expect the second budget later in the year to address some of these aspects. Last year there was a roadmap that was expected that didn't really sort of come out of the budget, and that is the eagerly awaited roadmap for direct overseas listings of Indian companies. Right now, of course, we have the ADR and the GDR route. The intention has been made clear by the FM in announcements earlier. There was also an amendment to the Companies Act late last year, right, which spoke about the fact that certain select companies in certain specified jurisdictions could operate, right. Then, of course, very recently, we had the floodgates opening for Indian companies to list in GIFT City exchanges, right. Now, that is being seen as a precursor to perhaps eventually coming out with that detailed framework. So the detailed framework is what people are looking for. What are the kind of shares that can be listed? What are these jurisdictions wherein we can sort of look at, right? Your take on the overseas direct listing aspect and the potential it has to find mention later in the year.
Sure. Thank you. Look, I'll put it a little differently. It's much ado about nothing. Direct listing for Indian companies in offshore jurisdictions, keep aside IFSC and a few regulated jurisdictions, is actually changing the very foundation of FEMA, the foreign exchange law in India, because that means there's full capital convertibility. So that's a decision which the Reserve Bank has to take, the Finance Ministry has to take. So that has to happen first. We are still capital controlled. That's first. Second, for direct listings, we are talking direct listings in a few mature jurisdictions without getting the technical jargon on whether it's FATF, what type of jurisdictions, mature stock exchanges.
Yes, NASDAQ, yeah.
The subset of Indian corporations that will actually hit those markets in the foreseeable future, I would say, look, I don't have a vision more than 3-4 years, is a very small subset of less than 10 companies, perhaps.
That's agreed. And those are the tech startups, right? Some companies like
May
SaaS
not be
companies.
Tech startup.
Mostly tech companies.
No, it could be the EV subsidiary of a major corporation.
Whatever helps the company find a better valuation abroad, they'll be tempted, right?
That's right. Actually, it's a function of two things. It's a function of acceptability of some of the companies also in global markets. It's not that every Indian company has raised a ADR, GDR program. Only few can. In a meaningful way. So I think there are many angles to this.
I'm just speaking about it from an option point of view. Not that the Indian capital markets are not deep enough to absorb them.
Exactly.
They are.
Exactly.
I'm just speaking about from an alternate point of view.
Correct. So I think it will open up. But it will be in a very controlled manner. And I think what the challenge will then lie is, what does it actually give you? Ultimately, people are listing for valuations.
Valuation, a diversified global pool of investors.
Well, the global
probably
pool
better
exists.
corporate governance.
Which you could argue, which at some level you could argue.
Exists today in India also.
Okay.
So I think, Yes, I mean, these are all stories and these are all news. But what does it really offer? If you really go through down that thing, I think it will finally rest down a path where, yes, there will be interest. There will be interest for some companies, and we're talking about the large conglomerates who would want to list some of their entities in global jurisdictions, where there's not enough appreciation in Indian markets.
Yeah.
But it is not meant for the wider Indian listed companies.
Agreed. It's a niche universe. Agreed. That's absolutely...
Either niche or the super large. The two arguments, right, for global listing is that the investors, investing in the Indian capital market may or may not understand our business model.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's argument one, which to some extent, given what's happened, like the Indian primary markets have been open for listing while globally they've been closed, sort of goes against that logic partly. And I think the Indian capital markets are also maturing. Right. The second argument is that now if a large corporation like Reliance Jio was to think of listing and the amount of money that would come in, right, that they would need for a 25% listing, how would, the Indian capital markets manage it? Now, obviously, LIC sort of found a way to list and there is a pathway. So there is an argument for the very large corporations and the depth of the Indian capital market. I think that's also changing. So I think these are the two sort of different reasons at different ends. One for consumer internet businesses and second for some of the very large corporations.
And it also depends perhaps on familiarity, right? If your products are familiar overseas as compared to India, I mean, it's all about recall value as well, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't want to list in a country
but in India
where the
today,
people don't know you. Yeah.
But in India today, other than the IT services company, which are predominantly global market oriented,
true,
we are a domestic economy.
Fair enough. No, absolutely. There's no doubt about that.
We don't have global corporations in that sense emerging out of India.
That's true. That's true. You mentioned RBI, also SEBI and Income Tax Department. Perhaps there will have to be coordination between these.
Look, they have tweaks, but the fundamental shift is with the RBI and FEMA. The rest is tweaks.
All right, Vivek, very quickly, Shubha's point on the RBI angle.
So look, I think I largely agree with what Divya observed in terms of commercially, where does it make sense to do overseas listing? Yeah. Much has happened with the government over the last 2-3 years. Ever since in the COVID May press conference, the finance minister made a remark around overseas listing. I think actually the notification that came out last week, 24 January, which talked about overseas listing for IFSCs, effectively, to me at least, makes it clear that the proponents of those who say Indian domestic companies must largely list in India have won. Even though the notification talks about international stock exchanges and allows the government to notify some of the developed stock exchanges at a later point in time, I do think that directionally the government is headed down the track of saying we must add to depth on our exchanges. Of course, they want to push IFSC, and to that extent, they've brought in the overseas listing norms in the notification last week.
Yes.
But fundamentally, the government's direction seems to be we want to push in depth in our local exchanges, and therefore, to Divya's point, of the companies at two ends of the spectrum, either the niche ones who are more appreciated by the global markets, or the truly large ones. I think the government view is for the truly large ones, just like LIC, the large corporates should also find a way to entice the necessary investor pool to come in and take a stake of 25% dilution in a very large economy. They'll be happy to consider 10% dilution and so on and so forth. But I think the government's current thinking to me indicates, and I know I'm sticking my neck out a little bit, but my read of the situation is the government wants to add more depth to the domestic stock exchanges, and therefore, while there have been many conversations with the government over the last 3 years on overseas listing, somewhere the government has steadfastly continued to reserve its judgment, in a manner of speaking, on this matter, other than the notification that we saw on the IFSC overseas listing a week ago. Of course, the Companies Act has been tweaked to the point, Ashwin, that you make on SEBI, tax laws, corporate law, and FEMA to come in. So the company law has been tweaked to allow this to conceivably happen. But I do not think that in the short term, at least, Indian companies will have access to direct overseas listing.
Right? Who knows?
That's my take. I know I'm making a provocative statement, but that's the way I read the situation.
No, well, we'll have to wait and watch to see when that detailed framework actually comes out. So the ball is clearly in the court of the government. Shiva, you want to add something?
Yes,
please go ahead.
Not on this question issue. I want to go to the previous issue, and I think there's a very, very sensitive point which the government needs to take notice of. Is the reverse discrimination that's taking place in India. I think we live in the M&A economy in India. There's an anti-India discrimination. It's to the point which was being made here by Divya. So if you take large ticket M&A in India, the fact that we call ourselves developed, we call ourselves growing, and give us all the accolades, we still don't allow financing for acquisitions. You had one large cement company that went for sale. It was for a reason that nobody in India could buy it with the speed that it merited because of the lack of credit, which otherwise global investors could have access to. You had a large pharmaceutical asset which was up for sale, which again was not capable of being financed in the Indian market. So as much as we would like to believe, we still are handicapped on some of these very basic issues, which otherwise we don't see. Again, to the point Divya raised, on one hand, we want a growing funds industry. We are complementing that we have a very active IPO domestic market coming up, but we have a sense of regulation on the whole alternative asset space, which in some sense can be stifling when compared to the global atmosphere. So what you have before you is in some sense, in the name of regulation, discrimination. So you're giving actually comparative advantage to foreign players over your own very domestic sources of capital.
Yeah, recently there was an RBI circular on AIFs, right? That's sort of led to a divided street, but that's of course something that can be discussed in another forum. But fair point, Shiva, on the financing bit, those are aspects that perhaps the government needs to seriously look at if the big ticket deals that you were talking about do actually need to fructify. Let's quickly move on to a few other aspects before we wrap up our discussion, gentlemen. And this is one on disinvestments, right? So, Divya, this one's for you. So, the disinvestment target for FY25 has been set at around 50,000 crore rupees. The FY24 disinvestment target has been cut to 30,000 crore rupees from the earlier 51,000 crore rupees. As of date, the government has managed to garner around 12,500 crore rupees in the financial year 2024. What do you think it says about the pace at which the government is moving, right? There are big ticket disinvestments like IDBI Bank, Concor, Shipping Corporation. Perhaps they're not moving at the pace at which the government wants. So on that front also disinvestment, the budget speech at least was silent. We don't know what will come later in the year. Your take?
So I think firstly, disinvestment is not an end to itself, right? It's sort of, at least the way I view it, it's a means to an end, right? So therefore, the question that I'm sure that the government has asked itself, which are the areas where it wants to stay in business and which are the areas where it wants to reduce its footprint in business or does not need to be. And then there is a roadmap, right? So from where you want to get to where you are, there's a roadmap, right? And remember, there's a very important second element, which is not necessarily in the control of the government, which is an externality, which is demand for that asset, right? Demand for that asset and from the investor universe.
Yeah, you also have time the market,
right? So from the investor universe, what is it that they would be looking for? And in the mix of all of this is obviously, to some extent, the politics around it, right? So I think where one lands is one, the roadmap of the government, the external market, and the politics around it. And I think that sort of is, these three sort of circles somewhere overlap to lead to outcomes. So I don't want to read too much into what was the last year number versus the next year number. I think there are some segments, say for example, I'm going to say this, you could make an argument that do we need 4 government-owned insurance companies in the insurance space? Right now, should we consolidate? It's been a topic of conversation. You know, at some point, some decision will be taken. The government did take that decision from a bank's perspective and said, we want to consolidate, right? The banks into, so we'll have fewer, larger organizations, and that has gone fine. Now, that could be a roadmap that the government follows on the insurance side, the government then could selectively think about disinvestment. So I can't obviously speak on their behalf. But the way I see this, I think here it's very tough to see what's happening in the short term. Really, there are these three circles which have to mix together, and then one has to take a long view on this.
Divya, since you're the PE guy on the panel, very, very quick response on the fund of funds, right?
Yes.
That found passing mention in the budget.
Yes.
What about the operationalizing of it? A very quick response on that before I take closing comments from all three of you.
Yes. So quickly, the entire domestic fundraise industry that got started by the government's sort of program via SIDBI, SRI, and even NIIF, and government sort of, and I think massive credit should go to the government for that. Now, to that extent, they're already doing it, and if they're going to amplify this, it would help. At least someone like us would say that right now, a lot of the investment coming from some of the government funds is focused on primary investments into the company. They should continue doing that, but they should consider allowing secondaries also, because eventually those primary investments need exits. But at least the way, again, I see this is that the amount of capital that the government is willing to allocate towards this is helping actually multiply the capital that is being raised in the domestic industry.
Sure. Gentlemen, it's time now for closing comments. Vivek, I'm going to start with you. Two quick questions. A, rank the budget on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of how supportive do you think it is for the investment climate as well as Deal Street? And secondly, one key move or proposal in the budget or even direction which stood out for you?
So look, interim budget, so doesn't really deserve a number, but I think directionally very clear that directionally very clear that this is a government which wants to assure a certain investment climate. For me, the fact that in all the uncertainty, they could still manage to clarify the position on infrastructure investments is something to say that this government welcomes and respects investments. Of course, a bunch of stuff to be done in the full budget, but to me that stands out. Fiscal deficit being retained at a reasonable level and the path to fiscal consolidation is the second big thing. So I know you asked for one, but these are the two things that I would say stand out for me in the budget. The government is making its position on various aspects super clear, and I think this will make the task of investors and corporates super easy from navigating the government standpoint.
Vivek, I'm going to push you on this. I need a score from you, 1 on 10. 1 to 10, what's your score?
Look, it's a great budget. I mean, I wasn't expecting too much more. Nothing really to sort of expect, but yes, stability, continuity of policy, simplification, great budget. Pick a score. I don't see
you're good with numbers, so give me a score.
I don't see any trouble. I don't see any trouble with the budget at all.
All right, Divya, 1 on 10, and one major aspect that stood out for you.
Yeah, no, if it was not obvious till now, I think it's actually a very good budget. And I also think that to some extent budget is a forward-looking statement that the government has made. And one thing which really stood out for me was the fact that in a year where they could have been very populist, they actually have consolidated on the fiscal front. So that's a sign of a very confident government. It should help in our rating. It's a very long-term, big positive outcome. So I would rate it a 8 or a 9 if you want a number.
Right, all right. Shiva, go ahead. Same two questions to you.
No expert on budgets, but I think it would be very broadly at 8 level. It's a very good budget, given it's an interim budget.
And from a Deal Street perspective, something that stood out for you?
Yes, from a Deal Street, there was a hidden statement which stood out for me, was the deep tech focus on defense sector and the allocation they will do to defense.
Lovely. That's something we missed speaking about, but yes. That's an important aspect. Yeah.
I feel, if you want we are living in times where if you want a strong economy, you need a strong defense sector first.
All right.
You can't build an economy without the defense. So, I feel personally that there's going to be a lot of action, a lot of investments and focus on this business. We're already seeing a lot of collaboration with American and French companies. That's going to play out fully. That also becomes the impetus for other ancillary technology-focused developments. So that's going to be a very interesting space.
Something tells me some big ticket defense deals could be in the works during the course of the year. On that optimistic note, Shiva, Divya, as well as Vivek joining us from Noida. Thank you so much to all three of you gentlemen to dissect the impact of the interim budget on the investment climate in India and Deal Street. On that note, it's a wrap on this special budget show. This is Ashwin Mohan signing off. Stay tuned to Money Control for more news, views and updates.
Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Gramin continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi or Sarvasamaveshi. Ayushman Bharat. Healthcare cover under Ayushman Bharat scheme will be extended to all ASHA workers, to all Anganwadi workers and helpers. Agriculture and food processing. The efforts of value addition in agriculture sector and boosting farmers' incomes will be stepped up. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana has benefited 38 lakh farmers and generated 10 lakh employment. Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Yojana has assisted 2.4 lakh SHGs and 60,000 individuals with credit linkages. Other schemes are complementing the efforts for reducing post-harvest losses and improving productivity and incomes. I wish to make an announcement to improve taxpayers' services. There are a large number of petty, non-verified, non-reconciled or disputed direct tax demands, many of them dating as far back as 1962, which continue to remain on the books, causing anxiety to honest taxpayers and hindering refunds of subsequent years. Honorable Speaker, sir, I propose to withdraw such outstanding direct tax demands up to 25,000 rupees pertaining to the period up to financial year 2009-10 and up to 10,000 rupees for financial years 2010-11 to 2014-15. This is expected to benefit about 1 crore taxpayers. 1 crore taxpayers would benefit out of this. Economy then and now. In 2014, when our government assumed the reins, the responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance systems in order was enormous. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, and to build support for the much needed reforms. The government did that successfully, following a strong belief of nation first. The crisis of those years has been overcome, and the economy has been put firmly on a high, sustainable growth path with all-round development. It is now appropriate to look at where we were then. I repeat, it is now appropriate to look at where we were then till 2014 and where we are now, only for the purpose of drawing lessons from the mismanagement of those years. The government will lay a white paper on table of the House. The exemplary track record of governance, development and performance, effective delivery and Jan Kalyan has given the government trust, confidence and blessings of the people to realize whatever it takes, the goal of Vikasit Bharat, with good intentions, true dedication and hard work in the coming years and decades. With this, Honorable Speaker, I commend the interim budget to this august House. Jai Hind. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi or Sarvasamaveshi. As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress. All 4 require and receive government support in their quest to better their lives. Their empowerment and well-being will drive the country forward. The fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term,
Our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be again by the people with a resounding mandate. Globalization is being redefined with reshoring and friendshoring, disruption and fragmentation of supply chains, and competition for critical minerals and technologies. A new world order is emerging after the COVID pandemic. India assumed the G20 presidency during very difficult times for the world. The global economy was going through high inflation, high interest rates, low growth, very high public debt, low trade growth, and climate changes. The pandemic has led to a crisis of food, fertilizer, fuel, and finances for the world, while India successfully navigated its way. Cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care and development.
Hi guys, well you're watching the live and extensive budget coverage that we've been getting you on Money Control since 6:30 a.m. in the morning, and right now I'm here with my colleague Kaizad Adajania, and we'll be talking about how the budget really impacts your personal finances as well as Aam Aadmi like you and me. But Kaizad, this being an election year, there were expectations that the government could dole out some bit of relief in terms of personal taxes as well, right? But that hasn't really happened. Are you disappointed?
A lot of wish lists were going around for the past 2 months that, you know, this should come down, that rate should come down and all that, but obviously nothing happened. So I'm sure, I mean, a lot of individual taxpayers would be disappointed, but I think we need to remind ourselves that this was an interim budget. The finance minister had already set the expectations at an event recently that she is not going to change the rates. But of course, dil mange more. So,
dil mange more, absolutely.
So anyways, I mean, it is what it is. Now, I think all eyes are there on the main budget that will come, and we'll see what it comes. But I think enough of what we think about the budget, and let's introduce our viewers to our guests. We have Homi Mistry, who is the partner at Deloitte, and we have Swarup Mohanty, who is the CEO of Mire India Mutual Fund. So, Homi, let's begin with you. The first question. I mean, the tax rates remain the same. The old tax regime, new tax regime, both continue to coexist. So just to clarify for our readers, our viewers, the rates that remain the same today, they will be applicable for FY25, right? Now, just wanted to ask you how it works. This is an election year. We're going to have elections, then we're going to have a new government coming in, and the first full budget of the new government would be announced in July itself. So, can they raise or decrease the rates in July itself, or do they have to wait till February next year? How does it work?
Yeah, so Kaizad, moving from, let's say, April 2024 onwards, the current rates will continue. So when the new budget is announced, as they state today, whether the old regime or the new regime, so when the new budget is announced, maybe in June or July of 2024, assuming there's going to be a change in the tax rates or in the tax slabs, etc., generally they would have it with retrospective effect, and they will have it, let's say, from April 2024 onwards.
Oh,
that's what we generally observe, So in case taxes have to be deducted, let's say at a slightly higher rate, in case there's a change in the slabs or in the tax rates, then obviously they could make the necessary adjustments,
Okay, but theoretically the rates can change, they can move down, they can go down, move up.
Yes.
Even in July, which is just 3 months or 4 months.
They can definitely, but generally what we see is that government will bring it from April onwards, because that is when the fiscal year starts.
Yes, okay, sure. And, speaking of the new tax regime,
yes.
It was introduced in a few 3-4 years ago. In whatever form that it was at that time, and of course it was a completely novel way of looking at tax rates, no tax reductions, no tax exemptions and all that. And then we saw that the rates were kept steady for a couple of years, 3 years or so, to see how the migration goes. And then again last year they had a complete overhaul of the new tax regime.
Right.
One of the main things that the finance minister last year had announced was that they had made the new tax regime the default tax regime, which means that there was already, there was a forced kind of a migration from the old tax regime to the new tax regime, unless people choose and go back to the old tax regime. What has been your experience and observation? For salaried employees, we know that they can go back and forth as many number of times as possible. Anecdotally, Homi, do you think that people have stuck to the old new tax regime now that it's been made the new tax a default regime, or have they still gone back to the old regime?
Yeah, so in the past, Kaizad, most people wanted to go under the old regime, etc., and claim the necessary benefits, deductions, exemptions. But from this year onwards, that is from April 2023 onwards, the government has made it much more attractive, the new regime. So they've increased the slab rate, starting from 2.5 now will be 3 lakh rupees. They've also sort of rationalized the tax rates. They've reduced the number of slabs from 6 to 5. And for people earning more than 5 crores, the surcharge also has come down substantially.
Standard deduction also.
The standard deduction has also been retained for them for salaried employees at 50,000 rupees. So obviously they will file their returns in this year. That means, let's say, by July of 2024. But I do expect a substantial number of people migrating to the new tax regime. And this will also benefit them in the sense they will not have to worry about keeping voluminous documents, records, because if they want to claim exemptions, deductions, etc. So that's also the government's whole idea. You claim lesser deductions, you claim lesser exemptions, but you also then pay lesser tax to some extent, Okay. And again, it depends on case to case. If you're expecting your deductions or exemptions to exceed a certain threshold, depending on your income level, the old regime may be more favorable. So everybody will obviously have to carry out an analysis, which they must be already doing, whether the old regime is more favorable or the new regime. But my expectation is more and more people are going to migrate to the new regime.
We'll have to, I think the July numbers would be very crucial, because this is the first year where the default will actually come in shape, and then we'll see how many people have migrated.
Correct.
But what more, Homi, of course, today's budget is done industrial. We know that the rates have been, kept steady. Yeah, but looking ahead, after the huge overhaul of the new tax regime that happened last year, what more do you think can be done to make the new tax regime even more lucrative and acceptable? I just want to add one point over here. When we talk to experts in days leading up to this budget, they told us that one of the main reasons why people have not migrated from old to new is because of the HRA, is because of the home loan. I mean, that remains a huge incentive for people, or rather the disincentive for people to not to switch to the new regime. What are your thoughts about making the new tax regime more attractive? What more can the finance minister do come July?
So what's possible is that maybe the slabs could be further reduced. The exemption limits, for example, up to 7 lakh rupees, you don't pay any tax under the new regime. You get an exemption of 25,000 rupees state. So there's no tax, So one way out could be to further increase that limit, maybe from 7 lakhs to even more. That could be one other way out. Increase the standard deduction for them further. Just now it's 50,000. They can look at make it even 1 lakh rupees. There's also a demand is that currently for NPS, when these contributions are being made by the employer, up to 10% is not taxable in the hands of the employee for the private sector, whereas you can claim a deduction up to 14% in the case of central or state government employees. So there's also a demand that bring in parity between the private sector and in the government employees, so that even private sector employees get a deduction up to 14% for NPS. So if some of these measures are taken, definitely it'll become even more attractive. I agree with you, if you're getting a big HRA and you're spending that amount on payment of rent, etc., if the amount is fairly significant, along with the other deductions, the old regime becomes, at the current stage, more attractive.
Okay. Sarup, let's get you in now. Another measure which was talked about, another expectation which was talked about in the wish list was the debt funds taxation. And you are the head of a large mutual fund house, so you would know this better about the chatter about how debt funds were sort of badly impacted by the withdrawal of capital gains tax benefits, indexation benefits last year. And we know that, the circumstances and the logic behind that ruling which came last year, but still in some quarters of the mutual funds industry, distributors and advisors, there was still some expectation that okay, maybe this time, maybe the finance minister can please roll back those the taking away of long-term capital gains tax. That didn't happen. So do you think it's time for us to move on, accept the eventuality that this is the reality?
Honestly, I was not part of that camp of any expectation that tax can be rolled back. I have not seen that happen.
That
yes,
here to stay.
When I started, and I come from a sales background. I sell funds. That's what I do as a professional. And initially, we didn't have this tax SOP to sell debt funds. In those days, we used to sell debt funds on the merit of the debt funds. And there is nothing that has changed in the merit of why one should invest in a debt mutual fund over, say, a single issuer product, right? If taxation were such a big issue in the minds of the investor, people should have already stopped doing FDs long time back.
Okay.
Fact is, we've become a little defensive, no doubt about that. Hence, we've left that market open for FDs to rule. And that's what has happened. Clearly, when you look at the merits of a debt mutual fund, there is nothing taking away the fact that as an institution, we have a far higher bargaining power than you as an individual from the same issuer. The multiple issuers or the diversification of the portfolio does not stand any comparison when it comes to a single issuer. And in my earlier days, I used to sell FDs for a career. And when I saw the mutual fund portfolio, I found those merits. And earlier, we used to sell them on those merits. Maybe it's time to come back and sell it on a merit of the product, rather than just banking on a taxation rebate to propel the products. At 50 lakh crores of the industry, I think we've left that far behind.
What's been the feedback from the market in the last 1 year ever since this rule came into effect? Are people investing in debt funds, or have a certain type of class of investors moved out to debt funds, or what's been your feedback? Has this impacted?
Actually, Kaizad, very interestingly, if you look at the data, and I'm just being pretty honest and very unemotional about the data, people actually at the ground level time debt markets, debt funds more than the time equity funds now. The basic consciousness that when equity markets collapse, one should buy more is now started rising. But when the rates are at a different level, which are good entry points for debt investors tend to go away. It just showcase the lack of awareness of entering at certain points. Even if taxation were not withdrawn, there was a rush out of long funds, and the shorter funds were favorable last year. I won't exactly give it to taxation as the only cause, but the market situation was such that there was a fair amount of rationale for not investing in long mutual funds.
But that rationale is now, has it changed after the budget?
Completely changed today. No, just brings back the virtue of asset allocation.
Correct.
We keep on saying that one shouldn't be timing the market, one should stick on your asset and may invest on the merits of your own portfolio. Now see what's happened overnight. Clearly this budget has brought out the importance of fiscal prudence of the country, and that's something which we must keep always at our basic assessment of any budget. See, according to me, the budget is kind of a review of the overall financial plan of the country. And then this review sort of showed that the financial prudence of the country is intact. Yesterday, the Fed is kind of signaled that the rate hike space is over. And look at us, our fiscal is good, our borrowing plan is looking robust. Add to the fact that our entry to the bond index global bond index is just around the corner.
Which is what I was coming to. We are looking at inflows to the tune of 20 to $25 billion, right, as a result of the inclusion in global JP Morgan bond index, right? So at this current juncture, debt funds looking much more attractive compared to equity funds, or how is it working?
It's that opportunity between now and when rate cuts start happening is the opportunity for a debt fund investor. Now, when that rate cut will happen, nobody knows.
At least the March one is off the table.
Right, but the fact is most of the headwinds are now behind us. If the Fed is signaling the fact that they will stop interest rate hike from here, means they have also crossed that.
But wasn't that already factored in by now? That, at least more rate hikes are, not on the table. Of course, there is a question mark as to when the rate cuts will start trickling in. But rate hikes were, I think, it's already been discounted by the market.
I agree with you, but the investor is trying to time that exact date that tomorrow rate cut will happen and I will invest today. That doesn't happen. So the opportunity for any investor is between today and that day. And then that day is still some way away.
So is this the right time to rebalance portfolios, when it comes to equities now?
See, I am not a big fan of picking up random dates for rebalancing portfolios.
But since the budget is out of the way, in the run-up to elections and the next full year budget that we have, do you think this is one time when one should look at perhaps defensives, or should one stick to capex plays, given the fact that we've seen capex hike of 11%, which is more
from the
or
equity
less
side?
Yes.
Equity side, for the next 10 years, if one is playing defensive, then it's that person's problem. This is a growth story.
Right.
Make no mistake on that. We are going to go from 3.5-4 trillion to a 7 trillion story. I mean, look at three statements which have come out of recent budgets. India to become a 5 trillion economy, right? India, third largest economy. India now developed country in 2047. Think of these three statements. These three statements were not fathomable a decade ago. Whether you like it or not, these will happen. The objective of an investor is to ride this journey. If somebody thinks they can time this journey and get in and get out, their wish. But if somebody who stays behind, we always say the person who's made money in mutual funds is India, is the person who's lost his or her account statement, right? Even if you caught a wrong fund, 10 years ago, your investment today will still be looking good, right? So if these three statements are in front of you, what do? You buy a decent fund manager and continue the journey with him, continue the journey of India. And the best way of realizing this journey in your portfolio is through the capital market. Simple.
What about the debt fund strategy going on from now? I mean, as part of your asset allocation, we know that, equity is important, debt is also important, diversification in asset class is also important. Now, we saw the government's fiscal standing, the borrowing program today. That was good news for the debt markets. We, as Nandita said, that, interest rates are also now looking to come down. When, as you said, it will come down, we don't know. So what should be the strategy for investors for debt funds, as far as debt funds are concerned, going now?
See,
if they haven't already invested in
review of the debt fund maybe is fairly on the table. To go and capture one of these duration funds and add them to the portfolio is definitely on the cards. And then don't wait for the date to check when the rate cuts will happen. The opportunity is now, and rejig that portfolio, yes, it's a great time to rejig that portfolio and get into some of these long funds with a duration call. Yes, I would agree on that.
Okay. Homi, coming back to you and coming back to the budget, again. What about, one measure that was announced today by the finance minister was disputed tax cases. It goes back all the way, she said, to 1969, and she wants ease of compliance and lessen the burden on the income tax tribunal and all. So, pretty old cases now are looking to be pardoned. And, the amounts that she said was disputed tax amounts, if it ranges anything between 10,000 to 25,000. Would be pardoned, and she has mentioned about the time period also. What's your take on this particular measure, number one, and number two? Are you happy with the disputed amounts, or should they have been a bit more?
Yeah, so Kaisa, this is for the first time something like this has actually been announced by the government. I think it's a welcome step. What she basically mentioned is that in case there are disputed tax demands, these petty tax demands, etc., up to 25,000 rupees, these demands would be withdrawn up to the financial year 2009-10, and a lower limit of 10,000 rupees has been fixed from financial 2010-11 to financial year 14-15. So to that extent, the government is not going to pursue them, and these amounts will be withdrawn. This will also benefit the taxpayers, because what used to happen in case there was a demand, an old demand, and the taxpayer had a refund, they used to get adjusted against the refund. So at least to that extent, this will now not happen. This was a statement made by her today in a budget speech. So we'll have to wait for the fine print to see, Kaizad, as to what's going to really be announced. Is it going to be a scheme, a circular? We'll get more details, But I think it's a welcome step. It's a beginning,
Okay. And we also noticed that, she stopped at 2014, 2015. That's when the Modi government came into power. What happens about the tax dispute cases after that? Why weren't they covered in this regulation? Any insights on that?
No, I won't have any further information about that because it was just announced today, But the memorandum also is not stating anything on this point. So we don't have more clarity on that matter right now.
Right. Markets were fearing some kind of hike in STT, given the fact that we've seen a rise in F&O volumes, right? There were some fears, to that effect, but of course that has not happened. But do you think there are any chances of that happening in the full year budget, and some tweaking of LTCG tax as well?
See, there are two types of people in this country, the lawmaker and the law follower. I never try to figure out what the lawmaker will do. That's why I never come on any pre-budget shows. It's not something which I can ever think of. So, market fears will always be there. Market's always very selfish. They want things to go their way. But, the finance minister will do what is prudent for the country. If there are some excesses, they will be cut. But no news is good news, is the way I look at it.
That's become the new norm, right?
Yes,
no news is good news.
Things should be allowed to play out. And if there are some excesses, maybe in the future you can review it and take corrective action. Marketplace has its own way. In F&O is a higher way, and we know that people don't make much money out of it, but they're okay with it. Then it's up to the people to gauge that, right? And to come and regulate it, I'm not a big fan of that.
Right, Kaizad, we just have only that much time to get one last comment from our guest. So, just one comment. If you want to ask one last question, perhaps you could just wrap up with that.
Let me just ask Swaroop the last question, because from the budget's time, budget day to, let's say now, investments and tax planning season is also going on. Swaroop, you have an ELSS fund in your portfolio, and that's been doing very well, with a very good track record. But tell me, just the devil's advocate question I'm asking, and I'm taking from what we were discussing with Homi about the new tax regime being made the default tax regime ever since last year. What is the future of ELSS funds now as far as inflows are concerned? Because mainly anecdotally people tell us that they invest in ELSS funds only to get the Section 80C tax reduction benefit. Although financial planners and we do believe that ELSS funds are even good even beyond your tax deduction lure. So what's your take on the future of ELSS funds?
On a 10-year horizon, most of the top performing funds are ELSS funds, just to answer one part of the question. But the fact is, we did expect that the new regime will catch on. but this lure of all these benefits are holding them back.
I'm afraid we are, we are in fact waiting. In fact, we are joined by, our, political. Shweta, my colleague, in fact, Shweta is waiting by with a political panel, and we have to toss to them, and there's a paucity of time, so sorry to cut you off. But Shweta, over to you. You're standing by with a very eminent, with Jayant Sinha rather. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Some interesting takeaways from your conversation there, Kaizad and Nandita. Well, hello and a very warm welcome to Money Control. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman stuck to convention as she presented a budget that has been given a thumbs up by industry and market watchers. It sticks to the path of fiscal consolidation, reiterating that India will bring down its fiscal deficit to 4.5% by 2025-26. There's a modest increase in some core schemes, a push for production-linked incentives, affordable housing, and so on. Well, clearly, the statement of accounts steered clear of freebies, giving a very clear political message that Prime Minister Modi is confident about winning this election. I'd also like to point out that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman made her speech a little bit political as she said that the saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action. It reduces corruption and prevents nepotism, to which she said Bhai and Bhatijawad. So clearly a direct attack on the opposition. But before we get into the politics of it, I want to get a sense of Modinomics 3.0 from one of the most articulate people in the government. I have with me Mr. Jayant Sinha, who is the chairman of the Standing Committee on Finance, and the former finance minister. Mr. Sinha, this budget really surprised all of us because us journalists were expecting a highly political, election-oriented budget. We have elections in 2 months from now, 2-3 months from now. But here we have a very sensible-looking budget. I have a question for you. There's a statement that Ms. Sitharaman made where she said that there has been a 50% increase in average real incomes. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? What is the time frame that we are talking about, and how have we come to this, this number?
So I think the time frame that has been used here, Shweta, and thank you for having me on your show, is over the last 10 years. And they have, of course, looked at real incomes for all Indians and come to the conclusion, based on data, that has increased 50%. Now, one of the important things that you have to take into account is the value of the transfers that are coming from the government as well. So whether it's the Kisan Samman Nidhi of 6,000 rupees that's coming, whether it is the support we are providing through Narega, or even whether we have monetized the Garib Kalyan Yojana, which is the distribution of free food grains. I think all of those transfers have to be taken into account when we actually look at real prosperity for people. So we'll have to wait for some more details to see exactly how this has been computed, but it could definitely include all of these very important transfers that we have provided as well.
Right. So we heard the finance minister say that when they do come back into power, they will present the full budget. What is the big message, Mr. Sinha, that's gone out with this? What is Modinomics 3.0 going to be like? We got a primer of it when the finance minister said that there's going to be focus on youth, Mahila, farmers, and in terms of the push that's been given to startups and so on. So could you just take us through a little bit of what Modinomics 3.0 is looking like?
Modinomics 3.0 is all about Viksit Bharat, India as a global superpower, India as a global leader. And we see that framework coming through very strongly in this budget as well. Because there are three aspects of this budget that really demonstrate that kind of global leadership, that demonstrate how India can become an economic superpower. Number one it is the macroeconomic stability that our governments over the last 10 years have provided, which is that if you look at all of the macroeconomic parameters, GDP growth rate, inflation, current account deficit, fiscal deficit, each of these is very, very stable. Each of these has been managed extremely well over the last few years. So number one, macroeconomic stability that gives people the confidence to invest and build their lives. Number two, focus on capital expenditure, focus on improving the infrastructure, both hard and soft for India. We've really, really demonstrated that by increasing it to 10 lakh crores and then increasing it some more to 11.1 lakh crores. So that's the second aspect of it. The third aspect of Modinomics 3.0, which is very future-oriented, is to take the four important sections of our society, the poor, the young, women, and our farmers, and to provide them with all of the tools, all of the facilities that are necessary for their empowerment and for their growth. So that is the third very important aspect of Modinomics 3.0. And then the fourth part, which is the most forward-looking part, which is around research and innovation. And please note that there is 1 lakh crores that's been set aside to fund research and innovation in India. We have continued the tax benefits that startups are getting. We have said we are going to strengthen the financial system so that it will ensure growth going forward. And so research, innovation, the startup economy, all of those, because those are the ones that enable us to grow faster, to be innovative, and to be true global leaders. That too has got a lot of attention. So those are in effect
right.
the four
Mr.
pillars.
Sinha, I'd like to talk about this note that was put out by the Finance Ministry just a few days ago, where they highlighted India's growth rate to be at about 7% and above. But they also highlighted that job creation has been a problem, and it has something in the last 10 years of the government. The progress in terms of creation of quality jobs has not been up to the mark. I just want to get a sense from you on how does this budget address job creation and how does it address rural incomes? Because rural demand, tepid rural demand has been a concern for industry for a very long time.
So the focus on young people is entirely a focus on jobs, because that's really what young people need as they're starting off their careers. And here, all of the efforts that are underway in terms of education, in terms of training and skilling, where we've invested a significant amount of money, the startup economy, self-employment is another pillar of support for the youth. All of these are there to really enhance job creation. And we have seen that in the PLFS data and the EPFO data, both of which are demonstrating, number one, unemployment coming down, and number two, the creation of a large number of formal sector jobs. Obviously, self-employment through the Swanidhi scheme, through self-help groups, through Mudra loans coming up as well also. So job creation is our top priority. We continue to focus on it and we continue to deliver on it. Then, of course, as you were asking with respect to what else we are doing with on the investment side for jobs, there the PLI scheme, and as I was saying earlier, the money that we are putting into research and innovation, as well as in infrastructure build out, is going to create a large number of jobs in construction and in basic materials as well.
All right. So, Mr. Sinha, what's the big message that the government is going to be going with in the run-up to 2024 elections?
The big message is Modi Sarkar की guarantee. हम एक विकसित भारत बना रहे हैं, 2047 तक एक विकसित भारत बनाकर ही रहेंगे. And please understand, जब हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं, when we talk about a developed India, we are not saying it in an abstract sense. We are saying it in a very concrete way. We want everybody to have a good middle class life, which means a steady job, which means good education, good health services, high quality world class infrastructure, social support, social security when you need it, if you fall sick or if you're disabled, so you get all of the support then as well. That's really what we're focused on in terms of being able to ensure a safety net for everyone, a good middle class life for everyone. That's what Viksit Bharat is focused on. And of course, if between now and 2047, if our $4 trillion economy goes to somewhere between $15 to $20 trillion, population is growing quite slowly now. So what we are really saying is that real incomes from here on are going to double, triple and really enable everyone to reach this middle class lifestyle.
Okay, so that's the political messaging. I also want to get a sense from you on the message that's gone out to the rating agencies, because we spoke to a whole host of them and they said they'll be closely watching how transparent is India with its statement of account. So what's the message going out there for the rating agencies?
The message going out to the rating agencies is about macroeconomic stability. It's about taking the fiscal deficit. Instead of 5.9%, we brought it down to 5.8%. And now we are saying 5.1%, and then you're going to further bring it down to 4.5%. That is being very prudent. That is really ensuring that India is on a very, very firm foundation, and that we will have the dry powder when we need it later on to be able to deal with crises or external events. Like, for example, when we had to deal with the COVID pandemic. So we've provided that fiscal stability. We've demonstrated the glide path that the rating agencies were looking for, and that's part of the reason why you see the kind of confidence that India is generating globally.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mr. Sinha. In fact, we have a political panel now just after this conversation with you, and you're most welcome to stay back if it interests you. We have with us Tehseen Poonawalla, political analyst, Saeed Zafar Islam, spokesperson BJP, Mohan Kumar Mangalam, Congress spokesperson, and Harsh Gupta Madhusudan, who's not a politician but an author, an investor, and a very prolific writer. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for joining. Before we had Mr. Sinha on, we had a personal finance panel going on where I heard one of the panelists say that for India to become a $5 trillion economy was almost unfathomable about a decade ago. So I want to go across to the opposition first. How are you rating this budget? Can I get Mr. Poonawalla and Mohan here, please?
I'm here, Shweta. Do you want me to go first, or do you want Tehseen to go first?
Go ahead, Mohan.
So, all I heard in this budget were platitudes, frankly. Absolutely no acceptance or no acknowledgement of the obvious K-shaped growth that our growth trajectory is taking right now. If you look at the investment side, yes, I'll give it to the government that they've had this huge infrastructure push. In fact, I was listening to Jayant speak, and it's interesting that he said we're focusing on both the hardware and the software. I've seen only focus on the hardware. In fact, the government's, I think, infrastructure push crowded out any private investment that would happen because it was mostly financed with debt. Sitaram alluded to that in a speech when she said that now, because we're going to get back on the fiscal consolidation path, we want to make sure that we will not be spending as much through debt for infrastructure, and therefore private investment should take the lead. Unfortunately, I think private investment hasn't been taking the lead for a long time, and that's because demand isn't robust in any which way. If international companies or international entities are going to show faith in this country outside of the shareholders market or the FPI, which keeps coming in and keeps going up, where is that reflected in foreign direct investment flows? I know you'll say that our percentage of flows has gone up from earlier, but that's part of people delinking from China, and many other countries in Southeast Asia also have seen a much larger increase in flows. Why is our industrial credit down when there's such a major push for PLIs and we're so heavily subsidizing that space? I could not believe it when I heard Mrs. Sitaraman say that in real terms, incomes have gone up by 50%. In fact, I heard it as rural incomes have gone up, which to me was even more ridiculous. Let's just assume she's right anyway. That's a 4% annualized basis, even less than our GDP growth. It's as good as no income. And I don't think she said real incomes. I think she just said incomes. So in real terms, that probably ends up being negative. I think there's this inability to acknowledge that really India today is a place where the rich are getting richer with every progressive cycle. Poor are finding no means. Just look at the sales of cars over 10 lakh rupees. They rose by 28% in FY24 year on year, and below 10 lakh rose only by 6%. So you're seeing this large divide coming. Now, as far as human capacity building goes, you'd have to invest in things like health and education. Education on one hand, the national education policy itself recommended a 6% of GDP investment. We're at 2.9% right now. We had a major pandemic which really exposed our problems in our health system, how inefficient we were. You can go ahead and announce 100 aims if you want. It won't make up for investment in primary healthcare infrastructure. It won't make up for actually investing in the district hospitals that need to. You're at 1.3% of GDP in health expenditure. Where are you preparing our human resources? Why are you turning our demographic dividend into what is basically a demographic disaster?
Right, Mohan, hold that thought. We'll come back to you with that. Let me bring in Saeed Zafar Islam. Saeed ji, Mohan here is making a point that in terms of investment in the education space, healthcare space, there hasn't been much progress. He's also spoken about lack of private investment. I want you to come in here on, and this has been a criticism for the government that private investment has been tepid. Though this year we've seen a modest increase in capex with the hope that there will be private sector that will be coming in to invest. I'd like you to come in on this.
Shwetaji, thank you very much to have me on this program. But let me respond to the question first. You have to understand that this budget, it's an interim budget, vote on accounts. Its primarily was to give a direction what exactly the government's thinking is. And in this budget, one has to really look at it. What is the direction one can draw from this budget? Clearly, the government has indicated their priority is growth-oriented budget. Their priority is rural economy. Their priority is the common man on the street. Their priority is youth. Their priority is demographic, and how to reap the benefit of demographic dividend. Their priority is something which has already been indicated, demonstrated in this budget. The full-fledged budget will be presented in July, and we are very confident that we will have the opportunity to present our budget in July, and that will capture all the aspiration and expectation people will have. But having said that,
that is a fair point. Let me go across to you, Mr. Poonawala. Thanks so much for joining us. So, you know, it's the situation is this, that this was an interim budget and the expectation was that this could be an election budget where the government goes all out and spends, but the government has been conservative in its spending, and like Mohan pointed out, that the government could have done a lot more in terms of job creation, in terms of spending on health, education and so on. However, having said that, if the government would have gone overboard in spending, the opposition could have come back and said that, you know, this has become an election budget. So, Tehseen, what's your verdict on the budget?
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm also an entrepreneur, a venture capitalist. And I believe that this is one of the worst budgets I have ever seen in my life. It is exactly like this government, uninspirational. It has nothing to offer, and they can take. And it was a political speech read out by the Honorable Finance Minister. Let's just look at data, and let's not look at this is a short-term interim relief. Let's look at what this government has done in the last 10 years. So, as Mohan started pointing out, that the National Education Policy said, look, 6% is what should be invested in education. It's down to 2.9%. The government's multidimensional poverty index, the report that Niti Aayog came out, has come out on flawed data. And therefore, the numbers of 24 crore people being removed from poverty is absolutely exposed. All those data have been now called out. But more importantly, the government has not conducted a consumption expenditure survey from 2014 to 2022, 2023. If you don't know what your consumption expenditure is, how do you know that people are progressing and they're getting out of poverty? Now, let's go to the manufacturing sectors. Your manufacturing sectors, this is the RBI report, has not reached the pre-COVID levels. Forget what happened after COVID. They haven't even reached those levels. So your manufacturing has not grown, as a result of which there is no new investment coming in manufacturing or investment coming into the country. Now let's look at your labor participation. Your labor participation.
But that's not true. There is new investment coming into the country, Tehseen.
Except for Taj, Tata, Ambani, Adani, Jindal, all friends of mine. I'm not saying that they're wrong or
no. Let's stay away from political rhetoric. Let's not do that. Let's argue on the basis of data. You look at FII data. You look at FDI data. Let's not make this let's not make this a rhetoric-driven discussion, Tehseen, please.
It's not at all rhetoric. I've given you the names of who are investing. In fact, I said they're friends of mine. I welcome them. I'm not going to call them crony capitalists. So as anchors, don't jump. You're the other person out. People are not confrontational. Don't have to be confrontational with me. I am saying they're friends of mine. I respect their investments. I am saying something beyond that. So if you can please allow me without jumping into defend. Thank you. except for the Taj, the big investments are not coming in from anybody else. That's a reality. That is why you have the highest unemployment in the country in the last 40 years. You've had the highest number of HNIs leave this country, the highest number of Indians give up their passports. You've had the highest record of people trying to illegally migrate out of India. And the NCRB data shows the highest number of suicides for want of jobs. This is the NCRB Home Ministry data. You have to collate this. None of this is what you're ready to take in fact. Now let's come into saying, okay, they have the fiscal deficit.
Just hold that thought, Tehseen. Let me bring in Harsh Gupta Madhusudan also. Harsh is also an author and an investor. Harsh, you just heard Tehseen over there. I mean, there are a whole host of observations on the Indian economy, starting from high unemployment to how businesses and companies don't want to be investing in India. I just want to get your take in on this.
Yeah, honestly, first of all, thank you, Shweta, for having me. It's an excellent panel. I'm a bit taken aback by the numerical illiteracy in some of the statements which have been mentioned so far. First of all, the incomes increased were real incomes, they were not nominal incomes. Secondly, the Niti Aayog survey of multidimensional poverty is actually a relatively conservative number. If you actually include subsidized food grains, etc., which separately Surjit Bhalla, Karan Bhasin and Arvind Romani have done, the number is actually lower on the international poverty line, absolute poverty line basis. Another point that was mentioned by Mohan earlier was that, investments are being crowded in. And they were not crowded in earlier because the government was spending. That's not how it works in a downturn. In downturn, capex is required for the private sector then to get the confidence to invest in. Actually, on a basis of, if you deflate the private fixed capital formation, it is near all-time highs, around 33% of GDP. If you just do it on a nominal GDP basis, around 30% is still very high on a cyclical basis. Now, on the largest story, what is the largest story? I think the largest story is the government has, through its vision or through luck, hit on a formula that works. It is the formula whereby it is capex driven. It is a formula based on capex, which is supply side, PLI, infrastructure, industrialization, while giving a safety net at the bottom. So, for example, 800 million people get subsidized food grains. Now, people were saying if 800 million people are getting subsidized food grains, how is India's progressing? Well, by that logic, everybody in the US gets free primary schooling. That does not mean that they cannot afford education on their own. That simply means that is part of a safety net. So, I think the big picture here is that I was actually surprised at how politically confident the government was that they actually went for a 5.1% target. Remember that.
That's right.
Remember that they assumed 10.5% as a nominal GDP growth rate for FY25. On the basis of 297 million, they've gone to around 328 or 329 trillion rupees. And I think that's actually very conservative because this year the deflator was low because of commodity prices falling. There is no reason for it to be around 10% next year. Remember, in FY23, it was around 16%. But the real growth in both FY23 and FY24 was 7%. The only difference was in the deflator. So next year, the deflator should normalize a bit. But the really surprising part was not only there was no gimmicks, no subsidies, full transparency of accounting. They really had, I think they might even have overconfidence because I've never seen an election budget like this ever in which there is almost no attempt to woo voters. So time will tell whether this was
right, Harsh. Yes, absolutely. That's what surprised us too. So Mohan and Tehseen, does this worry the Congress party? The fact is that the government comes across as increasingly confident that they will come back to power. Like Harsh said, that we've not seen an interim budget before elections like this. Does this worry you, Mohan?
Not really, Shweta. It just shows that the government is overconfident about riding high on the Ram Temple phenomena, which they're going to milk as much as they can going into the elections. Hindutva seems to be the one strategy. They're happy to go to the bosses. I mean, so if you've not heard of a budget such as this, what I was expecting in this budget wasn't much of new schemes or freebies, if as you would call them, but rather recounting maybe of some of the achievements of the government, which also I didn't really hear much of. Whether it was the 100 smart cities promise, whether it was doubling of farmers' incomes, whether it was 2 crore jobs a year, none of that was referred to. In fact, the only thing she said was there's going to be a white paper comparing how things were prior 2014 to how things are now, almost 10 years into the second term of this government, still want to go back to pre-2014. Doesn't really show a lot of confidence, frankly. The other thing I wanted to say was that
is that worrying the Congress party?
Like I said, I think this government is, if you said this is Modinomics 3.0 when we were talking in the beginning, I would say this is India Shining 3.0. I mean, you've already had one version of it before, but never as concentrated as it is right now.
Let me bring Syedji in here. Syedji, is this India Shining 3.0? Is the government getting overconfident? Because as Harsh pointed out, nothing has been done to woo the voters.
Well, let me tell you very candidly, same people who are sitting on this panel, had we announced some such measures where we are trying to woo people and the voters, perhaps these people would have been complaining now. I think they should be happy and understand that whatever is expected from the government for 4 months is only the vote and accounts, and we needed to get some approval from the parliamentarian, that from the policy makers, that this 4 months this much amount needs to be expended. So that is the only objective government had. However, we could have done that like Congress had done in 2009, Congress had done it in 2014, but we didn't attempt that because we are confident of our victory. First, we know the government has delivered to the people's expectation. We also know that the people's faith in our leadership is extremely high. We also know that the aspiration level of the people, and they know that this only leader who can deliver to their expectation is the Honorable Prime Minister. And the direction of the upcoming budget in July is also been given. In July, perhaps you will see a lot more will be announced. Various structural reforms will be announced. Various policy reforms will be announced. Very policy level initiative will be undertaken, and much more to grow the economy, to grow the industries, grow the business. But let me tell you one thing which we were discussing earlier. In terms of why the private investment is not taking place initially and why the white paper is coming, because at that point in time, the health of the banks was terrible. They had huge NPS. They were not in a position to maintain their capital adequacy ratio. They were not in a position to lend. Today, they are in a very, very comfortable position because they have been recapitalized. Their balance sheet looks strong. They are in a position to lend. They are lending also. And more importantly, the excess capacity in the system, which was there earlier, it's now it almost has been utilized, and now we have around 76-77% capacity utilization. So new investment will definitely take place, private investment. And when the government is supporting with consecutively in every budget, they are announcing higher budgetary allocation for infrastructure, for capital expenditure, something which lends a lot of comfort and confidence to the private investors. And this is what we will see in the next 5 years, that a lot of private investment will take place because banks are in a position to lend, and growth capital is coming from the abroad because Indian economy is somewhere people are very confident, and in terms of FDI, in terms of private equity investors, they are very comfortable with the Indian entrepreneur, and they are willing to put their growth capital in India, and Indian companies will take the benefits to grow their business because the debt is available, the bank loan is available, and the growth capital is also available across the globe for the Indian corporate to attract. So today we are in a much comfortable position, and the business community also feels equally confident that there is a stability in the government, a stable government. There is stability in terms of the policy level decision which is being taken by the. And all
so just to take that thought forward, Syedji, we at Money Control we've done a CEO survey, and what we got, and these responses were taken anonymously because we wanted the survey to reflect the exact reality on ground. What we got was a high level of optimism amongst businesses, but I believe Mohan and Tehseen have a point to make. Over to you, Tehseen.
Look, again, I wasn't making a political point. I was making an economic point when I was interrupted. So let me just explain this. Mohan is absolutely right in what Mohan is saying. The real income has actually reduced, not increased. I don't know I don't know how this government calculates. The fact is, in 2017, 150 million Indians were earning less than $100 a month. Today, that number is 180 million Indians. The government hasn't done a consumption expenditure survey from 2014 to 2022. Yes, sure, you're giving people 80% or 80 crore people food grains. That is carbohydrates. That's led to a pandemic of heart attacks happening in the country, and your health expenditure is clearly not up to the work. You're not giving people protein, which is also why you are amongst the world's most malnourished country. Now let's go to the consolidated debt of our country. We are harping that our fiscal deficit is under control, but the government has continuously refused to answer what is the consolidated debt of India. I'm asking Mr. Zafar if he can tell me the exact number of the debt of India. They've even fudged those numbers. They only give the union government debt. They're not giving the PSU debts. They're not giving the state debts together. They're not giving the consolidated debts of the bonds that the Modi government has bought in. You don't have the debt. Therefore, IMF has warned that conservatively we are 100% of our debt. Though the government claims 85, we'd go much further. Therefore, you have an inflationary problem in the situation. And to change the inflation statistics, the government has changed the basket and has actually increased something like cow dung, the weightage of something like cow dung, and reduce the weightage on other people, on other substances to show the inflation coming down. But real inflation, real lack of saving, and real lack of jobs is a real concern for India. Now, any number or any data that may try and say or survey
thanks,
may
Tassim,
put
for
that
that.
out,
Let
but
me
that's
go
not
across
true.
to Harsh. Harsh, three very crucial points: real inflation, a lack of jobs, and lack of investments.
I'm sorry, this is really remarkable. The PLFS survey for the last 5 years show that the labor force participation has gone from around 47% to 53%, increase of 6 percentage points in 5 years. It is remarkable to hear that there is no real income growth in India over the last 9-10 years, when the economy has has almost doubled in real terms. Nobody sensible can entertain these claims. There was also mention about Tehseen being a venture capitalist. I mean, whenever his companies do an IPO, he would understand that it is not just only 5 or 6 groups that are investing. Small, medium corporations are raising money right, left, and center in the capital markets. So money is not only raised for capex or for other purposes through banks, it's also raised through capital markets, through arm's length capital markets such as equity markets. So it is completely untrue to say that the jobs have not been created. It is true that private organizations like CMIE have a different unemployment rate than, for example, the PLFS rate. Now they are measured differently. They have come with different frequencies, and that going forward has to be reconciled. However, at the moment, it is only sensible to take the national data official survey. If you don't believe the national data, for example, Tehseen is dismissing that even the multidimensional poverty numbers are not real because of some problems. What problems are there? He's not mentioned. What are the data problems? He's not believing that there is real income growth in India over the last 9 years. I mean, that happened even during the time of Jawaharlal Nehru. So to mention these numbers is to reduce the serious discussion to something which is not. I think Mohan made a very valid point, which is often misunderstood. The fact that 35% capex increase last year has now gone to 11% is now leading to crowding in, but that is because of that last year's 35%. That is very important to understand. And one final thing, inflation in India has a base year of 2011-12. We have not updated the base year, therefore the weights. We still have a very high weight on the staples. And every passing year with Engel's law, your staples reduction happens in the consumption basket. And what is subsidized in food, for example, the 80%, is not properly measured in the CPI numbers, which is why the Niti Aayog multidimensional poverty numbers are conservative. If you include the cross-subsidization, then according to Bhalla,
just coming in here, and I do want this conversation to be focused on data. I have some data in front of me. In Jan 2021, we had $1,978 million of FII equity inflows. In December 2023, we have $7,023 million of FII equity inflows. Mohan, would you like to comment on this? See, there are clearly two versions of the India story, and what we are picking up from research reports, what we are picking up from global rating agencies is that India is in a sweet spot, and markets today gave the budget a thumbs up. We've been speaking to economists, we've been speaking to market watchers who've been saying that the fact that the government stuck to the path of fiscal prudence is actually good news. But I want to get your sense on what would you like to see the finance minister do in an interim budget?
Shweta, not only this budget, but every budget before that, what we've been asking of the finance minister is to provide some relief, put some money back into the pockets of the consumers so that you can boost demand. Just basic Keynesian economics, not more. I understand this government has a different philosophy, which is to invest in infrastructure, to invest in ports, roads, railways, you name it, and not to worry about that. I really don't think giving grains to 80 crore people is enough of a social security net. I really do believe that we can do more in terms of health and education to provide a much better living environment and to strengthen our human workforce, which is frankly one of our major strengths going forward. It is because of our burgeoning young population that the rest of the world looks at us while they're aging and while they're slowing down just as much as our neighbor China. Now, I'm going to make a political statement, Shwetaji, and I have to get off. I remember I told you I had to leave by 7:30. I'm already 15 minutes late. So I'll just tell Zafar Islamji that two things I found interesting about his statement. One, he said that we have faith in our leadership, so we don't have to give any free waves. I guess they didn't have it in 2019 when they announced PM Kisan Samman in 2019 in their interim budget. So things have changed since then. Suddenly they've developed faith in their leadership. The other thing I'll say is the priorities that they mentioned in this budget are priorities they've been talking about for 10 years. Women, farmers, youth. Priorities don't need platitudes. They don't need propaganda. They need paisa. So please put your money where your mouth is if you come back to power and actually help reduce the graduate unemployment rate, which according to your own periodic labor force survey is 45% for under the age of 25. Please do something to improve the condition of the farmers, where growth during UPA was 4.5% and has fallen to 2.5%.
So one thing that you would have liked to see the finance minister do, Mohan, one specific point in this budget, because I would
have loved
one thing that she could have done in the interim budget.
I think she could have reduced taxes on fuel.
Okay, all right. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you.
And I understand that you have to rush, but thank you for that perspective. Saeed ji, let me come across to you. You heard Mohan, articulate all the things that the government could have done in the 10 years that it has been in power. I just want to get your point of view on the white paper that Ms. Sitharaman said in the Parliament today that will be put together, talking about the years of Congress rule.
No, you have to understand that we inherited a very fragile economy in 2014. Banks, every macroeconomic parameter, if you see, they were in terrible shape. The banks were in very difficult condition because there was a phone banking, and at that point in time, you just do a back testing between 2006 to 2012. Balance sheet size of the public sector banks was 18 lakh crore in 2006, and it ballooned to 52 lakh crore in. Since 1947 to 2006, it was 18 lakh crore. In merely 7 years, it ballooned to 52 lakh crore. How did it happen? Because every single entrepreneur was getting very easy money from the bank by getting somebody to call the bank chairman from the Congress party and the Prime Minister office, Mr. Manmohan Singh's office, or Tenjan Par. And they were easily getting it without being evaluated properly. So as a result, what happened that most of the project, if you evaluate now, you'll find that most of the project at that point in time, rather 67% of the project which has been sanctioned and funded at that time, had an EBITDA negative project. So they will never generate profit. They will never generate enough cash to service those debts. So those were the debts which have been money lent to all the corporates. Eventually, what happened? They were not in a position to repay. So we inherited banks with so much NPAs. That point in time, we had two questions: either to white paper at that point in time and expose India to the world, and people's confidence in India will go down substantially as it is. People were talking about 5 fragile economy. There is a policy paralysis, and on the top of it, you could have come out with this white paper. So we waited for 10 years. First, we repaired all the problems in the system. We recapitalized those banks. We actually
Right, Saeedji, yes. Absolutely. Let me go across to Tehseen very quickly. Tehseen, are you going to be taking, is the Congress party going to be taking the India economic story in the Padyatra that's being, that Rahul Gandhi is on at the moment?
Before I answer that political question and the political statement that Mr. Zafar made, of course, I'm a venture capitalist and I do know how to raise money. I don't have to depend on other people to raise money. But we do know that there's a startup winter right now in India. We do know that the tech sector is having a massive fallout. There is no recruitments happening. And we do know exactly what happened to Paytm yesterday. That is so much for people coming and giving me advice on how to raise money and the various ways of me raising money. But let's come to the larger important thing. And let me explain to you why actually inequality has increased in our country. The gross tax revenues to the GDP was about 10.5% in the UPA era. It's about 10.8% in the NDA era. It's been consistent. What we know is the GST collection has gone up, which clearly means that the rich in India are not paying their fair share, and the burden of the tax share has come on the poor. This clearly indicates that the difference between the have and have-nots has increased, which is what I come back to. Despite the government giving 80 crore people free ration, we are amongst the most malnourished people in the country. In the world, there is a problem there. We have a heart attack pandemic happening, which the government.
Thanks, Tehseen. Thanks for that. You didn't answer my question on whether Mr. Gandhi will be taking the India story, the India economic story on his Padyatra.
They should. He should.
They should. All right. Okay, on the funding winter, I just want to add this because I've tracked the economy for 20 years. The funding winter or the slowdown in the tech sector is largely dependent on what's happening in the global economy. So I think let's not confuse the two. All your valid points are well taken, but let's not completely mislead.
So the fault is global.
You cannot blame that on the government in power.
Okay,
Harsh, closing thoughts. Anything that you would have liked to see the finance minister do? Because you said, I quite like that comment. You said that the budget has done nothing to woo the voters. So one thing that you would have liked to see the finance minister do?
I mean, I have largely been appreciative of what the government has done over the last 9 years, but I was slightly disappointed that they did not increase capex by a further rate. Now, of course, that is the government has set the bar so high that after 35%, 11% seems a bit too little. But I think the larger philosophy driving the government right now or towards consolidation in terms of fiscal and monetary, remember RBI also has been relatively conservative over the last 1 year. I think that is not warranted. I think there is a fallacy here, which Tehseen had also mentioned. More supply and more capex leads to lower inflation, not to higher inflation. So in the Indian context where we are infra starved, we are industry starved, if we get more credit flowing, if we get more deficit spending so long as it is capex enabling, then that actually reduces the inflation, does not increase inflation.
Sure.
So I think what I was slightly disappointed was at the lower rate of capex spending. I don't think they had to go to 5.1% because quite frankly, foreign investors in our debt will start coming from June this year. Right now in our sovereign debt, they're a very small, minuscule percentage. So we could have had a slightly elongated fiscal consolidation path with a higher capex, but that is just nitpicking. Broadly, it was a vote on account, and you cannot really argue with that beyond a point. It was satisfactory to a good budget, interim budget on the whole.
Right. All right. Thank you so much for that, Harsh. And closing remarks, Saeed ji, from you.
Mr.
Poonawala has left.
If you really want to evaluate this budget, I'm sure that whoever is making comments on this budget, they must understand it was a very balanced approach, given this was a vote on accounts. We also had two options, either to come out with a full-fledged budget, even though it's interim budget, or we just restrict to what needs to be done for interim budget. That is what the Honorable Prime Minister did. People say that we are confident. Yes, we are confident. I mean, I will not shy away from saying that, yes, we are confident because the pulse, we understand the receptiveness of our policy and the policy initiative and the approval rating of the Honorable Prime Minister is very, very high. And we also know that people's faith is very, very evident, that they see confidence in our leadership. They see that India is shining, India is growing, India is commanding a strong position in global map. And this is what some people make. So we definitely had a lot of expectation, but those expectations can hold till the full-fledged budget to be presented in June. I'm sure India will shine.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Saeedji, and Harsh for joining us, and of course Mohan and Tehseen Poonawalla who had to leave. But overarchingly speaking, this budget clearly speaks of the confidence of the government. As Harsh pointed out in the panel discussion as well, it does nothing to woo the voters. It sticks to being responsible fiscally. It tweaks allocations for certain crucial schemes. It has given a concerted push to manufacturing through PLIs that have been allocated across ministries. And most importantly, it focuses a lot on women. Mission Shakti has been given another push, and there has been overarchingly the sense that one is getting is that the equity markets, the market watchers, economists are all giving this budget a thumbs up. Whether the government is being overconfident about coming back into power in 2024, that time will only tell. Thanks so much for watching. Keep watching moneycontrol.com for all updates on the election budget.
Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses.
Hello and welcome to Money Control. Well, continuing with our budget coverage, I have with me Nilesh Shah, MD and CEO of Kotak Mutual Fund. Nilesh, thank you so much for joining in. Surprise, surprise, fiscal deficit at 5.1%. Huge positive surprise for you. Do you think it is achievable? Prudent thing to do, of course.
It's a double surprise, Mahalakshmi. One, the number is well beyond everyone's expectation. And
Right.
second, the mathematics behind also looks reliable. So it's not only a number well beyond our expectation, but is also reliable.
So this idea of, contracting the budget, I mean, both revenue, expenditure, I mean, essentially the numbers is assumed sounds prudent, but what is your own expectation in terms of growth estimates that she's talked about? 10.5%, is that sort of achievable? The disinvestment number she's talked about, which is 50,000 crore, is that achievable? I mean, what are some of the areas where you think, there is any risk to estimates? Could we surpass this expectation? Will we fall short? What do you think of the assumptions?
So my feeling is that this year's lower nominal GDP growth at 8.9% was more a function of wholesale price deflator rather than consumer price inflation. Our feeling is that next year's GDP growth number in nominal terms of 10.5% is achievable, as WPI will also turn positive. The divestment target of 50,000 crore looks very, very conservative in today's market, which is nearly all-time high, and PSU valuations have multiplied about 4 times. There is clearly room for pushing more divestment. But I guess that's one ace which they are keeping up their sleeve. Overall numbers looks fairly reliable, and the mathematics behind the budget also is more transparent and reliable.
Fair enough. So, one of the takeaways from today's market movement is that all the, the momentum stocks in the market, essentially the railway pack or the defense pack or largely the industrial pack did not show much movement except the PSU banks pack, which of course, was rejoicing. What does it tell you about where we are in the market? Is it that, growth for next year is pretty much in the bag and therefore stocks are now not reacting even though it is pretty much in line with expectation?
So my feeling is that there are many stocks, especially in PSU, defense and railway, where floating stock is very, very limited. And to a great extent, they have moved from being undervalued to fair valued. But to some extent, they have gone into overvalued territory as floating stock is limited and price discovery is not necessarily open market. Those stocks will have to face reality, as next year there could be some divestment supply compared to none in this quarter, and hence they are probably seeing some correction. There might be distribution at play there. Overall, we are trading at a premium valuation, and this vote on account, as well as the foundation which it has laid for the next year's budget, should give confidence to the market.
Sure. So Nilesh, from now to elections, what do you see as some of the key triggers for markets?
So Mahalakshmi, this time we'll have to worry about global factors. The biggest risk for us remains on geopolitical side. There was an estimate that if China does what Russia did on Ukraine, on Taiwan, it could be a $10 trillion loss to the global economy. Now, our global economy is about $100 trillion, and if there is a $10 trillion loss, that's going to devastate. Second thing could be Israel-Hamas war resulting into Red Sea disruption, impacting our energy supply. Even if we go away from geopolitical, we'll have to look at what US does. Fed has been, indicating that the rate cut cycle is little late than the expectations of the market. Could US economy slow down faster because of late rate cuts? We'll have to see how global situation develops. In the Indian market, I think the focus will remain purely on corporate earnings. Are companies growing? Are companies delivering as per expectation? This quarter, people who didn't deliver as per market expectation have been punished, and people who delighted market with above expectation result, they have been appreciated. So corporate earning in the domestic factors and geopolitical and US Fed on the global side will be something to watch out from here till election.
Sure. So talking about results, Nilesh, I mean, overall, what is the aggregate picture that you get? At least the sense that I got was in lots of pockets, you're seeing some kind of fatigue in earnings growth. Is that your assessment as well?
So if we look at the overall result for December 23 quarter, the numbers have by and large come as per the expectations of the market. However, there is a very sharp deviation in sector to sector. For example, sectors like real estate, pharma, oil marketing companies, energy companies, two-wheeler companies delivered results which were above expectation. Even sector like cement delivered volume growth and profit well above expectation. Sectors where we found disappointment was IT, consumer staple, consumer durable, and even some of the construction companies. Banking and financial services was split in between. So it's sector specific, company specific earnings story. As I mentioned repeatedly, companies who delivered up to expectations or beyond have been appreciated. Companies who failed to meet expectations, they have been punished.
Fair enough. And Nilesh, earlier, I think a month back we spoke, and like many other fund managers, you were also more bullish on large caps and thought that small and mid caps are perhaps running ahead. Where do you stand on that? In given the context today between last month and this month, it sounds like the what we take away from FOMC is slightly different, because after the last meeting there was almost like exuberance, because people were saying this is a very dovish, we are moving into dovish territory. But yesterday's takeaway was very clear that March no rate cut, what markets were assuming, 4 rate cuts this year is not going to be possible. So putting these two things together, if FII money were not to come into India, would there still be a solid case for investing in large caps from a 1-year perspective?
So the FOMC is probably keeping interest rate cut off the table, because fiscal policy in US continues to remain fairly loose. You can't have a scenario where accelerator and brake both becomes accelerator, then the crash is inevitable. The US debt continues to grow din duni raat chauguni. After the debt limit was revised, $2.5 trillion worth of debt has been accumulated. This year, their interest burden is likely to cross $1 trillion. Fed probably is deferring interest rate cut as they are witnessing loose fiscal policy. From our point of view, we believe FPIs will continue to look to invest in India, primarily because we are doing well and others are doing self-goals. Russia's invasion of Ukraine means their doors are closed. China has a design on Taiwan and their economy is not doing as well, hence FPIs will be cautious. Brazil is very, very attractive, but they have a communist government again, creating caution among investors. South Africa is rapidly declining into social strife, and hence investors will be cautious. Taiwan investors will be cautious because there is shadow of China looming over it. Korea investor will be cautious because it can be upgraded into developed market. Each of our peer group is struggling with something local or global, and hence FPIs will find that in emerging market, India will be one of the best choice.
Fair enough. So would you make a case for strong FPI flows into India this year? Would you count on that?
We believe that FPIs will be definitely a buyer of Indian equity if there is a correction. But we are priced for perfection. We trade 8 times more expensive than Russia. We trade 3 times more expensive than China. We trade 2 to 2.5 times more expensive than Brazil and South Africa. I think it's fair to assume that FPIs will be a buyer if this gap narrows down. Now it can narrow down either by their valuation improving or our earnings catching up with our valuation. So FPIs will be a buyer in a correcting market, cheaper market, undoubtedly. But will they have the courage to pay the premium to get into India market? Depend not only on how we do, but how others are doing. If others continue to score self-goal, then I think investors will come to India.
Sure. And how about the domestic investor, Nilesh? Because it seems like, as far as our interest rates are concerned, we may just be peaking out. I mean, now rates should start to come down. In which case, do you see a lot of HNIs parking money in fixed income, whatever amount that they want to lock into fixed income? Will that start to move and get locked there? And do you think the discretionary flows that come into PIF, PMS, AIF or mutual funds will slow down?
So I believe if we see the total investor base of mutual fund, that's about 4.1 to 4.1 crore. Potential is probably 40 crore investors. So we will continue to get new investors and share in their savings. HNIs undoubtedly may decide to move something to fixed income as interest rates are declining and equity markets are priced for perfection. but overall equities proportion or allocation in savings pool will continue to increase. Fixed income also will probably get some share, but that could be diverted away from bank deposits. It could be diverted away from real estate. My feeling is that we are likely to see higher domestic participation in equity mutual funds.
Okay, and within within the money that is coming into mutual funds, largely most of the money has been going into small caps and mid caps, obviously because the prices are rising there. So every day people see that that's the pocket that's going to make you quick money. Do you see that shifting, and what could be the trigger for that?
So we all have been cautioning investors that please don't come looking at last 1 year, last 3 year return. In fact, I tweeted and presented Agni Pariksha in SIP saying that if you looked at my Jan 20 return, you would have really appreciated me. By March 20, I converted those return into 3-year negative return, 5-year lower than savings bank account return, and 10-year return halved by lower than bank FD return. Unless until you pass through that Agni Pariksha, you are unlikely to get returns which are visible in December 23, Jan 24. So we are all making an attempt to make people aware, make them long-term investor, requesting them to do asset allocation between large, mid, and small, looking at future return rather than past return. I believe that investors have matured. They are today investing in small and mid cap on a longer term basis, and they have ability to average down in case market provides an opportunity.
Fair enough. And in terms of sectors and stocks, how is, I'm sure every fund, of course, has a mandate. But in general, if you look at the various segments, at least look at industrials and as one pocket and consumer as another pocket, where do you see relative value?
So as a fund house, we have avoided low floating stock counters despite a sharp run-up. We have avoided very expensive valuation despite their sharp run-up. We have tried to remain first in quality companies. In 2000, when technology stocks had corrected, I had heard from someone that don't make those mistakes as professional fund manager, which we are capable of making. That advice has stayed with me. So we are investing in quality businesses, real businesses. Second, we are focusing on sectors where we believe there could be longer term cycle. For example, industrials is one sector which we have picked up nicely. Today, we believe power sector across solar, thermal, distribution, and transmission provides a good opportunity as India will have higher demand for power, and that will push up merchant power rate. Essentially, it's a bottom-up stock picking across sectors where we believe there are longer-term cycles and there is comfort on valuation.
Sure. And one or two concluding questions. What is your outlook on the rupee for this year? Because this year we will also have this, India getting included into the bond index, JP Morgan bond index, and that itself brings in about $22 billion. That's the expectation. So where do you see the rupee heading, and does that in any way? No, you can answer that question, and I'll take up the next.
So on rupee, Mahalakshmi will have to really read RBI's comfort level. They have been playing a balancing factor in market. When flows are higher and rupee tends to appreciate, they intervene heavily to support a particular range. When dollars are leaving and rupee depreciates, they again intervene to supply dollar. This balancing of buying and selling within a range determines rupee's movement. We believe rupee eventually will have to depreciate as our inflation and productivity rates are lower than the peer group. Inflation is higher and productivity level is lower, and hence rupee needs to depreciate. But next year flows will be strong, and hence there is a case for rupee appreciation. You'll have to watch RBI, which range they are comfortable with, because on the extreme of those range, RBI's intervention will make rupee to take a U-turn.
Sure. And for this year, is there anything, I mean, if you were to give me 2 or 3 key risks for markets, what would they be? You already mentioned, geopolitical tensions. That could be definitely one risk because that's a complete unknowable sort of situation. Anything else that you would call out as key risks to watch out for?
So the risk is not knowing what you are doing. Today, market has developed certain scenario for Israel, Hamas, for FOMC rate cuts, for corporate earnings, for election. Anything coming against the expectations of the market will create its own risk. Some risk will be temporary, some risk could be little longer. But whatever market has discounted, if actual events are different from what is discounted by the market, that will be the risk.
That, of course, but what kind of probability would you attach to something like that? I mean, are there high probability risks?
I believe eventually FOMC will have to cut rates. They don't have a choice. The debt burden in America on the government, on the consumer is very, very high. I believe geopolitical things can escalate, but there are wiser players at play which will intervene for de-escalation. The real challenge for us is corporate earnings. We are priced for perfection. I believe we'll continue to do well, but I also have to assume that others will continue to do badly.
Right.
Could there be a change of guard in Russia and pro-Western presidents comes in? Undoubtedly, people will rush to buy 3PE market. Can President Xi Jinping change his focus from corporate, which he's not allowing to grow right now, and supporting them? Then certainly people will rush to get into China. So to me, the biggest risk will be if other people stop scoring self-goal, if they start behaving like us prudently and wisely, then certainly flows to our market could get impacted.
Sure. One last question on public sector banks, because they were really the darlings of the market today. So how do you size up that opportunity? Obviously, I mean, the market is very divided on public sector stocks. On one hand, you've seen a very sharp rally. On the other hand, people say that they're still, in terms of valuations, quite cheap. And if credit were to take off, they have strong liability franchise. They have some advantages in terms of low cost deposits, etc. So there is room for them to grow and re-rate. Where do you stand on that?
Undoubtedly, PSU banks today have the biggest advantageous position because they have very good liability franchise. They haven't gone aggressive into credit, and hence their CD ratios are well under control. Valuations have become fair value from the cheap, but earnings growth could still surprise on the upside. PSU banks which have raised capital and provided supply to the market may start behaving differently vis-a-vis those PSU banks where floating stock is limited. So you'll have to be selective in picking up your...
It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. The worry has witnessed profound positive transformation in the last 10 years. The people of India are looking ahead to the future with hope and optimism. With the blessings of the people, when our government, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, assumed office in 2014, the country was facing enormous challenges. With Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas as its mantra, the government overcame those challenges in right earnest. Structural reforms were undertaken. Pro-people programs were formulated and implemented promptly. Conditions were created for more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. The economy got a new vigor. The fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term, our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be gained by the people with a resounding mandate. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi, or Sarvasamaveshi. It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. For achieving that goal, we need to improve people's capability and empower them. Previously, social justice was mostly a political slogan. For our government, social justice is an effective and necessary governance model. The saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action, reduces corruption, and prevents nepotism, prevents Bhai Bhatijawad. There is transparency and assurance that benefits are delivered to all eligible people. The resources are distributed fairly. All, regardless of their social standing, get access to opportunities. We are addressing systemic inequalities that had plagued our society. We focus on outcomes and not on outlays so that the social economic transformation is achieved. As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilayein, Yuva and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress. All 4 require and receive government support in their quest to better their lives. Their empowerment and well-being will drive the country forward. Garib Kalyan, Desh Ka Kalyan. We believe in empowering the poor. The earlier approach of tackling poverty through entitlements had resulted in very modest outcomes. When the poor became empowered partners in the development process, government's power to assist them also increases manifold. With the pursuit of Sabka Saath, in these 10 years, the government has assisted 25 crore people to get freedom from multi-dimensional poverty. Our government's efforts are now getting synergized with energy and passion of such empowered people. This is truly elevating them from poverty. Direct benefit transfer of 34 lakh crore rupees from the government using PM Jan Dhan accounts has led to savings of 2.7 lakh crores of rupees for the government. This savings has been realized through avoidance of leakages prevalent earlier. The savings have helped in providing more funds for Garib Kalyan. PM Swanidhi has provided credit assistance to 78 lakh street vendors. From that total of 78 lakh street vendors, 2.3 lakh have received credit for the 3rd time. PM Janman Yojana reaches out to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups who have remained outside the realm of development so far. PM Vishwakarma Yojana provides end-to-end support to artisans and craftspeople engaged in 18 trades. The schemes for empowerment of Divyangs and transgender persons reflect firm resolve of our government to leave no one behind. Welfare of Annadata. Farmers are our Annadata. Every year under PM Kisan Samman Yojana, direct financial assistance is provided to 11.8 crore farmers, including marginal and small farmers. Crop insurance is given to 4 crore farmers under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. These, besides several other programs, are assisting Annadata in producing food for the country and for the world. Electronic National Agricultural Market has integrated 1,361 mandis and is providing services to 1.8 crore farmers with trading volume of 3 lakh crores of rupees. The sector is poised for inclusive, balanced, higher growth and productivity. These are facilitated from farmer-centric policies, income support, coverage of risks through price and insurance support, promotion of technologies and innovations through startups. Empowering the Amrit PD, the Yuva. Our prosperity depends on adequately equipping and empowering the youth. The National Education Policy 2020 is ushering the transformational reforms. PM Schools for Rising India, PM Shri, are delivering quality teaching and nurturing holistic and well-rounded individuals. The Skill India mission has trained 1.4 crore youth, upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 new ITIs. A large number of institutions of higher learning, namely 7 IITs, 16 triple ITs, 7 IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans aggregating to 22.5 lakh crores of rupees for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Besides that, Fund of Funds, Startup India, and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth. They are also becoming Rozgar Data. The country is proud of our youth scaling new heights in sports. The highest ever medal tally in Asian Games and Asian Para Games in 2023 reflects a high confidence level. Chess prodigy and our #1 ranked player Pragnananda put up a stiff fight against the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen in 2023. Today, India has over 80 chess grandmasters compared to little over 20 in 2010. Momentum for Nari Shakti. The empowerment of women through entrepreneurship, ease of living, and dignity for them has gained momentum in these 10 years. 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education has gone up by 28% in 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constitute 43% of enrollment, one of the highest in the world. All these measures are getting reflected in the increasing participation of women in workforce. Making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners have enhanced their dignity. Exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance. Besides delivering on high growth in terms of gross domestic product, the government is equally focused on a more comprehensive GDP, that is, governance, development, and performance. Our government has provided transparent, accountable, people-centric, and prompt trust-based administration with citizen-first and minimum government, maximum governance approach. The impact of all-round development is discernible in all sectors. There is macroeconomic stability, including in the external sector. Investments are robust. The economy is doing well. People are living better and earning better, with even greater aspirations for future. Average real income of the people has increased by 50%. Inflation is moderate. People are getting empowered, equipped, and enabled to pursue their aspirations. There is effective and timely delivery of programs and of large projects. Economic management. The multi-pronged economic management over the past 10 years has complemented people-centric, inclusive development. Following are some of the major elements. 1. All forms of infrastructure, physical, digital, or social, are being built in record time. Number 2, all parts of the country are becoming active participants in economic growth. Number 3, digital public infrastructure, a new factor of production as if in the 21st century, is instrumental in formalization of the economy. Number 4, goods and services tax has enabled one nation, one market, one tax. Tax reforms have led to deepening and widening of tax base. Number 5, strengthening of the financial sector has helped in making savings, credit, and investments more efficient. Number 6, GIFT, IFSC, and the Unified Regulatory Authority, IFSCA, are creating a robust gateway for global capital and financial services for the economy. Number 7, proactive inflation management has helped keep inflation within the policy band. Now, the global context, Honorable Speaker, sir. Geopolitically, global affairs are becoming more complex and challenging with wars and conflicts. Globalization is being redefined with reshoring and friendshoring, disruption and fragmentation of supply chains and competition for critical minerals and technologies. A new world order is emerging after the COVID pandemic. India assumed the G20 presidency during very difficult times for the world. The global economy was going through high inflation, high interest rates, low growth, very high public debt, low trade growth, and climate changes. The pandemic has led to a crisis of food, fertilizer, fuel, and finances for the world, while India successfully navigated its way. The country showed the way forward and built consensus on solutions for those global problems. The recently announced India-Middle East-Europe economic corridor is a strategic and economic game changer for India and others. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister, the corridor, and I quote, will become the basis of world trade for hundreds of years to come, and history will remember that this corridor was initiated on Indian soil. Unquote. Vision for Vikasit Bharat. Our vision for Vikasit Bharat is that of prosperous Bharat in harmony with nature, with modern infrastructure, and providing opportunities for all citizens and all regions to reach their potential. With confidence arising from strong and exemplary track record of performance and progress, earning Sabka Vishwas, the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented development and golden moments to realize the dream of developed India by 2047. The trinity of demography, democracy, and diversity, backed by Sabka Prayas, has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, there is no dearth of opportunities, as many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit, unquote. Strategy for Amrit Kal. Our government will adopt economic policies that foster and sustain growth, facilitate inclusive and sustainable development, improve productivity, create opportunities for all, help them enhance their capabilities and contribute to generation of resources to power investments and fulfill aspirations. Guided by the principle, reform, perform, and transform, the government will take up next generation reforms and build consensus with the states and stakeholders for effective implementation. It is an important policy priority for our government to ensure timely and adequate finances, relevant technologies, and appropriate training for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to grow and also compete globally. Orienting the regulatory environment to facilitate their growth will be an important element of this policy mix. Aligning with the Panchamrit goals, our government will facilitate sustaining high and more resource-efficient economic growth. This will work towards energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. For meeting the investment needs, our government will prepare the financial sector in terms of size, capacity, skills, and regulatory framework. Aspirational Districts Program. Our government stands ready to assist the states in faster development of aspirational districts and blocks, including generation of ample economic opportunities. Development of the East. Our government will pay utmost attention to make the eastern region and its people a powerful driver of India's growth. PM Awas Yojana Gramin. Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Gramin continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses. Medical colleges. Several youth are ambitious to get qualified as doctors. They aim to serve our people through improved healthcare services. Our government plans to set up more medical colleges by utilizing the existing hospital infrastructure under various departments. A committee for this purpose will be set up to examine the issues and make relevant recommendations. Cervical cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care and development. The newly designed U-Win platform for managing immunization and intensified efforts of Mission Indradhanush will be rolled out expeditiously throughout the country. Ayushman Bharat. Healthcare cover under Ayushman Bharat scheme will be extended to all ASHA workers, to all Anganwadi workers and helpers. Agriculture and food processing. The efforts of value addition in agriculture sector and boosting farmers' incomes will be stepped up. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana has benefited 38 lakh farmers and generated 10 lakh employment. Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Yojana has assisted 2.4 lakh SHGs and 60,000 individuals with credit linkages. Other schemes are complementing the efforts for reducing post-harvest losses and improving productivity and incomes. For ensuring faster growth of the sector, our government will further promote private and public investment in post-harvest activities, including aggregation, modern storage, efficient supply chains, primary and secondary processing and marketing and branding. Nano DAP. After the successful adoption of nano urea, application of nano DAP on various crops will be expanded in all agroclimatic zones. Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Abhiyan. Building on the initiative announced in 2022, a strategy will be formulated to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soya bean, and sunflower. This will cover research for high-yielding varieties, widespread adoption of modern farming techniques, market linkages, procurement, value addition, and crop insurance. Dairy development. A comprehensive program for supporting dairy farmers will be formulated. Efforts are already on to control foot and mouth disease. India is the world's largest milk producer but with low productivity of milch animals. The program will be built on the success of existing schemes such as Rashtriya Gokul Mission, National Livestock Mission, and infrastructure development funds for dairy processing and animal husbandry. Matsya Sampada. It was a government which set up a separate department for fisheries, realizing the importance of assisting fishermen. This has resulted in doubling of both inland and aquaculture production. Seafood exports since 2013-14 has also doubled. Implementation of Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana will be stepped up to 1. Enhance aquaculture productivity from existing 3 to 5 tons per hectare. 2. Double exports to 1 lakh crore rupees, and 3. Generate 55 lakh employment opportunities in the near future. 5 integrated aqua parks will also be set up. Lakpati Didi. 83 lakh SHGs, 83 lakh SHGs with 9 crore women are transforming rural socio-economic landscape with empowerment and self-reliance. Honorable Speaker, sir, their success has assisted nearly 1 crore women to become Lakpati Didi already. They are an inspiration to others. Their achievements will be recognized through honoring them. Buoyed by the success, it has been decided to enhance the target for Lakpati Didi from 2 crores to 3 crores. Technological changes, new age technologies and data are changing the lives of people and businesses. They are also enabling new economic opportunities and facilitating provision of high quality services at affordable prices for all, including those at the bottom of the pyramid. Opportunities for India at the global level are expanding. India is showing solutions through innovation and entrepreneurship of its people. Research and innovation for catalyzing growth, employment, and development. Prime Minister Shastri, Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri gave the slogan of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Prime Minister Vajpayee, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, made that Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. Prime Minister Modi has furthered that to Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan and Jai Anusandhan, as innovation is the foundation of development. For our tech-savvy youth, this will be a golden era. A corpus of 1 lakh crore rupees will be established with 50-year interest-free loan provided. The corpus will provide long-term financing or refinancing with long tenors and low and or nil. I repeat that sentence. The corpus will provide long-term financing or refinancing with long tenors and low or nil interest rates. This will encourage the private sector to scale up research and innovation significantly in sunrise domains. We need to have programs that combine the powers of our youth and technology. A new scheme will be launched for strengthening deep tech technologies for defense purposes and expediting Atmanirbharta. Infrastructure development. Building on the massive tripling of the capital expenditure outlay in the past 4 years, resulting in huge multiplier impact on economic growth and employment creation, the outlay for the next year is being increased by 11.1% to 11,111 crore rupees. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Railways. 3 major railway corridor programs will be implemented. These are energy, mineral and cement corridor. Number 2, port connectivity corridors. And number 3, high traffic density corridors. The projects have been identified under the PM Gati Shakti for enabling multimodal connectivity. They will improve logistics efficiency and reduce cost. The resultant decongestion of the high traffic corridors